Better be my buttons. Ah, morning. Ooh, I gotta tell y'all. Hang on, buttons. I gotta tell y'all. Yesterday was, make sure everything's working. Yesterday was family D&D, and we had the best, worst night. As far as, like, rolls and what happened. For instance, I may or may not have rolled a critical 1 with a very juiced up arrow and killed the person we were trying to rescue. That happened. But also, one of my buddies joined the party, the family D&D session. I was like, okay, this will be fun, etc. Motherfucker comes over, dressed like his character, just not out of the blue, but surprisingly, I guess, about how involved he was, basically, how serious he was taking it. And I was like, damn, so I had to go get some makeshift stuff to fit the occasion. Usually I just go very light, you know? But we're playing Lord of the Rings Online today. Yeah, no, that's role playing. It was serious. Like, knocked on the door, and I'm like, "Fuck, brother, you got the whole get up on." But it was fun. I don't want the music to be too loud, but the music does absolutely slap in this game. That seems okay. But was working on whatchamacallit, Baldur's Gate 3. I think I'm gonna do the Astarion build first, the Swashbuckler. That's just gonna take a bit of time. It's absolutely a fun time playing D&D. I'll tell you what. Sir Hexalot, I believe this game came out in 2006. So this was like shortly after WoW kind of took the MMO space, I guess the whole gaming sphere, by storm. So this came out a little bit afterwards. And you know, at the time with a lot of MMORPGs, they had subscriptions, right? Lotro was no exception here. And instead of, you know, I only had so much money as a kid. Instead of subscribing to WoW, I actually was like, I kind of look like the look of Lord of the Rings Online a little bit better. Because for the most part, the art style's kind of what you're seeing, where it's more realistic proportions and stuff. And WoW is very cartoony. They've done some touch-ups with the graphics, but mostly this does look the same. And I would actually argue their updates to like the character models and stuff, they almost look worse. I think the actual original design was very timeless. I'd show it to you, but it'd be like from a private server, and I'd get in trouble for that. So we're not going to do that, but just take my word for it. I think the original, the OG aesthetic melded a lot better. We have a lot to say about Lord of the Rings Online. A lot. But I did join when the first, the base game was Shadow of Angmar. That's when I joined the game, and I just absolutely kind of fell in love with it. But it was a subscription-based MMORPG. And I say was because they were one of the first MMORPGs that had a subscription and then transitioned into a free-to-play model. So they brought in an in-game store, and then they also kept like the subscription going as like a VIP service. Standard classes, we'll go over it all. Anyways, but I always want to show off this whatchamacallit, this trailer announcement trailer for Lord of the Rings Online when they went free to play, because I thought it was cool. Now, how did it go actually with free to play? I think in a lot of ways it was worse for the game. I'm just going to be straight up, but it was interesting, put it that way. So we have the trailer here, or the announcement. Again, this is one of the first MMORPGs to go free to play. You played it with your girlfriend 2 years ago. So like a new player. First time trying it? That's amazing, by the way. There's a lot to say about Lord of the Rings Online, because I can see how your girlfriend would get tired of it. Because there's definitely there's a lot of issues with the game. But anyways, let's watch the trailer and then we'll go through the whole process here. This is like almost 2 decades ago.
Sir?
You shall not pay!
The Lord of the Rings Online is now free to play. The legend is yours. The adventure is free. Start your adventure today at Lotro.com.
This is when they were owned by Turbine. Anyways, going free to play, let them put in a store, and the in-game store was an absolute shit show of just like the most vile like microtransactions. They would make EA blush the ways they were trying to chop up the game and get players to spend extra money. What's up, Rent? Twitch side? Oh, Kronos is in here. Anyways, usually they're around by now. But yeah, Lord of the Rings is definitely a fun thing. Yeah, it's bad. Sloth. Ugh. My brother. I have a great excuse. So D&D went fantastic last night with the family, and I had my buddy come over. We already talked about it. Sir Butt King, or just the Butt King. He sometimes shows up in chat. Anyways, he came over, joined it. We had a fantastic D&D night. And afterwards, he just hung around. We drank some wine. Sloth, were you able to play the game? Because I did join the game. I just sat in the corner because I was busy. We should probably move our, because okay, so usually Monday's packed for me. We probably need to fix this, but it's D&D family night, and then right afterwards, it's literally Divinity Original Sin 2 with like my other group. Yeah, but you missed Caster actually freezing the enemy and us defeating the boat. Oh, nice, good shit. Okay, I don't believe that. Jim, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it, brother. Welcome. Glad the notifications and everything are working. Oof. Okay, so Lord of the Rings Online, just TLDR about new things that are going on with it. Some great quality of life. You gave all my loot to Leo? Yeah. It's the way it goes sometimes. It's the way it goes. You understand. But TLDR on Lord of the Rings Online, as far as like quality of life, they have done new things like upgrade the servers to 64-bit, I believe, or something like that, where the game has like less latency. Makes it playing it way easier. But let's start from the beginning here. Also have some great names. But when they upgraded the servers, they transferred all the old ones you had to basically like move all your characters over. And it was a time like it was a brand new like fresh start, right? So everybody rushed to get names. So that's what you do in MMORPGs. And with a really old MMO, good luck getting a name you want, right? So I basically went through and got like a lot of names that I'm just like holding on to. I feel like everybody's doing that. But let's delete Delita here because that's the name we're gonna use. And we will talk about Lotro. New character. So when you make a character, you've got all the great races here. We got man, high elf. Loading. High elf. This is actually not the best class to show because they're all hiding. But anyways, you got high elf. You got the dwarfs. You got the stout axe. It's another dwarf. This is the other thing. They kind of like added not sub races but different like tribes of already like established major races. That's a little weird because we have river hobbits, which are different, I guess. We have the regular hobbits. Then you have just elf. So you have elves, high elves. I know they're different in lore, and then the Bjorning, which are like shapeshifters. Lord of the Rings does rule. This is the best. So those are your races here. Obviously, we're gonna make man, but on the right side, you actually get to play movies too. That's awesome. We have all the standard class fantasies. Burglar, this is your rogue. You got the Brawler, which is a monk, but it is a premium class. This was added later, but this is your monk. Fisticuffs. Schmeagol was a river hobbit. Yeah. Okay, so my Lord of the Rings lore is not great. I know some things that I'm like interested in, but not everything. As far as like I didn't know Smeagol was a river hobbit. You have your captain. This is essentially a paladin. You have your champion. This is a fighter or a warrior. You have your guardian, who is your standard like tank. You have your hunter, kind of works like a ranger, but not a ranger because rangers are an actual type of people in this game, where they're their own class that you can't play. You have lore master, which is kind of like a wizard, but does like light magic. The mariner, it's kind of like a swashbuckler. I've never played this one, but this was like I think the most recent class they have added. So this game is still being updated, by the way. You have a minstrel. This is your bard. So your loser. This was actually the first healer in the game. And so yeah, if you didn't have a minstrel, you really couldn't do group content. Kind of a shame. And then they added the rune keeper. This was a second healer introduced in the game. But they're really cool. They're kind of like shamans. They use like totems or something like that. I don't know. I'm not a rune keeper. I don't play that. And then you have the warden here. Wardens are really cool. They have like a javelin. They have like this gambit system where they have like 3 buttons. And if you put them in certain combinations, they do different things. I actually really like warden a lot. I don't know what's a good equivalent in like another class fantasy, but they're really cool. Big fan of wardens. But we're going to be making my first class that I picked up in Lord of the Rings Online, and that was the captain. I have a lot of things to say about the captain. Because at the launch of the game, I think captain was the least played class. And it was also it was restricted to just humans. Or man. I gotta get the terms right. Well, Sir Hexalot, the reason they do have rangers, right? But the reasoning why there's no ranger class here is because rangers are so limited. There's not many of them, so it wouldn't make sense lore-wise for the players to have a bunch of like rangers running around. Also, you can play a ranger. They have their own PvP area. It's called the Etten Moors, and almost turning into like a hero class is the ranger. So if you like get enough points, you can like spend them to then turn into a ranger, and you get like a bunch of just like crazy abilities. It's actually really cool. I kind of like it, believe me. I want a ranger. I want a ranger to play in the game, but honestly, you can get it kind of away with it with a hunter here. But I've always said, if Lotro is ever going to like die, and they need like a break glass in case of an emergency, it would be for them to pull the trigger on making a ranger class. I would come back for it. But let's make it captain. Obviously, we'll do our name. So the character creator here, pretty standard. And then you get to pick your origin. So you got Breland, Dalelands, Gondor, and a bunch of these other spots, Rohan as well, Umbar. We're going to be from Gondor. I love the Gondorians. I'm a big fan of the Numenorians. Slothy. No, I'm keeping this name. But let's do some quick editing. Make him a little paler, like myself. A little red. Gets a little bit of sun, you know? We're not going to do too much with the character creator because it is... I mean, I think it does a good job. We need some scruff. Always start with the scruffiness. But the character creator is pretty good. Stubble. There we go. Man needs beard. Yeah, let's go with a heavier one. Actually, his hair color, let's make him look like Delita. Delita has like a little red tint to his hair. And then style, it's more like slick back. Yeah, kind of like that. He doesn't have scruff, but we're going to give him scruff. And then eyes. There they are. I don't know what color Delita's eyes are. We're going to make them like a dark green, hazily. That looks good. I don't really want to mess around with the character too much because you can do this all freaking day. What did you do, Sloth? You switch it over to the Twitch? Aren't the Numenorians really tall? Some of them are. Some of them. I want to get to the map because I want to talk a little bit about lore and what I like about Lord of the Rings Online. But let's change tutorial. So there's actually 2 tutorial areas because they had an expansion that didn't add like a new level cap or anything like that as far as like the end game, but went back and added a new leveling experience, like a zone or a bunch of zones that was from level like 1 to 30. I love that. I love when developers go back to like leveling content and update it. So now everything's not just the end game. But let's create a character. There we go. Delita, man, captain. The level cap is 160, by the way. And that is part of the problem. But let us begin our adventure, and we will talk more about it. But we're picking Captain. Captain was my first class. And why it was why it was one of the least picked classes, I think, at the early game.
Brigands upon the road leads to captivity. You awaken with the Ranger Strider before you. As he urges you to act quickly, you realize you have become involved in matters much greater than yourself.
So yeah, right off the bat, we're just thrown to one of the most iconic characters. Every race gets their own little intro. I can't see the map yet. Let's get out of here. So typical WASD. And this is basically just like quest markers and stuff.
Enough!
And there's a little bit of voice acting, especially when it comes to the main story called Book Quest. So epic book quest is I think how they describe them. Let's see if I can see it in our log. No, we haven't started it just yet. Yeah, meeting the king right off the bat, baby. We love it. Let's edit the UI a little bit because I want to scale it. Also, the settings here. Pretty nutty as far as what they let you do. A lot of good quality of life. Just enough so you can kind of see everything as far as the UI and the buttons, buttons we be using. I'm excited to be playing an MMO again. I feel like MMOs, they bring out all like the lurkers and stuff because it's just a vibe, right? That's good enough. So we got Strider here and a satchel. He wants us to pick it up. We'll do that real quick. Sure. This is just giving you beginning gear. Also with the UI, let me fix our quest tracker so it's not clipping through our compass. Right there is pretty good. Okay. Oof. So we got our satchel. Let's open up our bag. Oh god. Bag management. So this is the other thing. Since I am a long time player. Sir Hexlot, you're like mainly like a console player, right? So you didn't really get to experience a lot of these like computer games, right? So I'm glad I can show you kind of one of the things that, you know, attracted me to, you know, PC gaming. One of them is MMOs, because that used to be just like a PC thing. Because just the nature of the game, how many buttons, just moving everything to be in one bag. And now, much better, much better. Can I adjust this even more? Yes. They've done a lot of good quality of life with this game as far as making it look better, but I'm a long time player. Let's see how many years it lets me make my portrait. 6-year frame, 8-year frame. More than that. I've been here since the beginning, but they give you so much stuff. 15-year box, there we go. Yes, unfortunately. Yeah, I mean, I was gonna say, there's good and bad things about consoles. I've been thinking about like Skyrim and stuff, all the old Elder Scrolls games, because for whatever reason, I'm just like in an open world gaming mood. And I'm usually not like that for a lot of reasons. But do we want to go through all this crap? No, let's just give myself the sword. Funny thing about this sword here, this is almost like a very unique model where you can't find it anywhere else. And this game has a fantastic glamour system. So obviously you have your equipment that you are wearing, and it's, you know, you represent that. But you can also set up these outfits where you can slot in all this stuff here, and no matter what you are equipping, you will stay, like your visual representation will stay as whatever your outfit's set to. You don't have to go reapply it. You don't have to change individual pieces. This is like one of the best glamour systems, because you can just set up all these outfits and just switch them with a button press. Easy to set up, very simple, amazing. It really makes me wonder what the fuck is going on with Final Fantasy XIV and their glamour system, because that's an absolute shit show. Or it's not very good for how much money and how successful 14 is, when Lord of the Rings Online here figured this out a long time ago. A long time ago. Anyways, Strider, what's going on, brother?
Hurry, friend. We must test your will to fight.
So, what I like about so with the voice acting in this game, they kind of just give you like a small snippet of what's going on. So if you don't want to do all the reading, you can just blast through it and you're going to get an idea of what's going on. Combat, it just makes you want to right click. Good. Get set. This is just teaching us how to do things. We're going to beat Strider's ass. Also, we need to fix this UI here. That's right, Strider. Let's move his opponent's vitals. Let's put him like right here. Typical MMO things.
Well done. Let us press on.
So he basically just gives us the gist, and now we're gonna get out of here. Strider's a badass, obviously. But he's a ranger, right? And so I don't think they want to make you a ranger, because then Strider would probably know you. I mean, there's a lot of reasons they don't want to make us rangers.
Here is where we must part ways.
So just like a tutorial here, but this is very much a traditional, like, classic MMORPG. But I think the art style, boom, is pretty timeless. I think this just looks good. The lighting's good, and this really hasn't aged like at all, or it hasn't aged in a bad way. But one of the things captains do is they shout. That's kind of like their range ability. And I kept trying to get to it, but why did nobody play really a captain at the beginning of the game, at the launch? Or why was it like one of the least picked? Mostly because they didn't do the most damage in like the open world, as far as, you know, questing, killing mobs, etc. They didn't do the most. They didn't do like a lot of healing, so you couldn't use them as a dedicated healer. And then they really couldn't tank either. So like, what was what was the point of the captain? So their leveling experience was probably one of the Sloth. I forgot that your message, your viewers demand characters named. We're gonna be doing that. Don't worry. Later on, not this game. But so what did the captain do? Super slow at leveling, didn't do anything great. What captains did, they buffed and made everybody else in the party better. So they'd pick basically like a dance partner. We're talking about like Final Fantasy 14. They would pick like a battle brother, and our skills here would make whoever our partner is do more damage. But we also gave out general buffs, like we raised everybody's morale, which is your health, by like 10%, 15%. And then we had other buffs that we could just dish out, give people like better regeneration on their mana, give them like higher crit chance. We could do all sorts of stuff. So again, but all these buffs were for everybody else in the party, not necessarily for the captain. So when it came to endgame, everybody wanted a captain, but nobody wanted to be a captain. Now for me, I love being like the party buffer, where we're making everybody else better. We do a little bit of healing, so we're kind of like an off or like an off healer. I was gonna say off tank, but that's not right. Like a secondary healer, where we could focus on healing just like one person really well, or we could heal the party with like a little bit of healing, like a little bit of regen. So I love that style, that kind of support buffer role that does a little bit of everything, kind of like a jack of all trades, master of none.
Go back to the shadow, fallen
Ooh.
king.
I got a Black Rider already too. Some drama unfolding here. See, that's a ranger right there. The other thing is with rangers, you basically, your main story is basically told through the Northern Rangers. Like there's a band of them, and we basically team up with them to help out like the A team. So like Legolas, Aragorn, all of them, the Fellowship. We're kind of in the background, helping out like the people, and kind of like following in their wake. And sometimes we get to hang out with the big dogs, but for the most part, no, we're just in the background doing important things. This guy's Amdir here, not feeling so good. He got stabbed, and we all know that's not a good thing.
I regret that I was but a moment too late.
You were, Strider. You were.
Wounded by a Black Rider,
Little
the
loud here.
Ranger Amdir escaped with his charges into the wild, making his way back to the village of Archet.
There, Captain Brackenbrook, a retired sellsword, has allowed Strider and his companions to stay and take respite from their cares.
Kind of gives you a little tidbit, little story about what's going on. Oof. Okay, we made it out to the kind of like the little intro tutorial area, but now this is kind of like Tutorial Island. So we're in Archet here. This is basically a representation of what you're going to be doing in the open world. Can I zoom out? Yes. Okay. So in Lord of the Rings Online, we've been everywhere. You can go everywhere. You can walk to Mordor. We can just zoom in there. Everywhere is basically accessible. And one of the best things that Lord of the Rings Online does is landscape design. I don't think anybody does it better. Really creating an immersive world, especially Middle-earth. Crazy how well they designed things like Rohan, Gondor, all these places. And there's so much to explore, so much to see. Now, there's a lot to do there. Can't do that if you go to the New Zealand in it. What are you talking about, Sloth? What are you talking about? And so one of my reasons why I'm not like an avid player of Lord of the Rings Online is because we've done the big stuff. You know, we went through the Misty Mountains. We went to Rohan. We went to Gondor. We've been to Mordor. The ring is destroyed as far as the story is concerned. That's done. We then moved up to the Lonely Mountain here. We visited Lake Town, Dale. Dale! Oh, the Lord of the Rings was filmed in New Zealand. Yeah, that's true. If you want to go to New Zealand and fly there, yes, you can visit some of the Shire, right? You can visit the Shire. I'd like to do that eventually, but that's a long flight and doesn't work if you have kids necessarily. But anyways, this game, I think just from like a historical aspect, just the fact that they've painstakingly, like, again, brought Middle Earth to life with like a virtual game. I don't think this will ever go offline just because how much work they've done and the scale of it. It's really impressive. Because one of the things they've done, I don't know if I'm the biggest fan of it, but like look at the map here. How kind of like, I would say detailed it is. I would actually argue it's like over detailed. This is something they kind of like, they tried to like remaster some of the map UI, but they left some of the old map design in there. So you see this, and then this is what the original maps looked like. And I kind of prefer this. Simpler, kind of easier to read. And this is still one of the old map designs. So like they left some of the maps as far as the UI as they were originally. But then, you know, you look at the ones they've redone. So this is Breeland. Got the Lonely Mount, or the Lone Lands here. And these are, again, kind of just look a little too detailed. This is a minor gripe, by the way. And nobody cares, but I do. I think the old maps look better. But anyways, the main plot's done. And so now the main story is going on. What's going on with the game is in like Umbar over here. I'm going to be honest, guys. I've never given a shit about Umbar. I don't think most people have. And it's just like one of these places where it's like, okay, this is fine. I have no idea how these expansions have been going, but it's definitely one of the reasons why I kind of stopped where I did with Lord of the Rings Online. Because again, I'm not interested in over here. I kind of wish they would somehow go back and work with like Rohan again. Maybe update like things like Helm's Deep, Minas Tirith, like all these battles, but make them more like evergreen endgame content that you can kind of revisit. Because right now the systems in this game are all over the place. That's a shame. But back to the game. There's just like a very brief overview of where the game is at currently. Standard questing. I think we're still in the intro. We still are in the intro. We haven't gotten the book quest. But there is like an overarching like main story quest with Lord of the Rings Online. And I love that in an MMO. It's why something like, I think like classic WoW really doesn't grab me.
Do not trouble yourself on my account.
Do not trouble yourself on my account. So he's the dude who just got stabbed. He ain't gonna make it. But we're trying to help him.
There are too many deeds to be done. All pressing, and none of them easy. Perhaps you can help, my friend. Captain Brackenbrook will not heed my warnings.
So there's a little bit of a crisis that's going on that this place may get attacked again. Orc? What about the orcs? Let's go ahead and equip some stuff so that the armor in this game actually is pretty good. I love the visual representation as far as like the armor design. Oh, look, there's a lady in the window up there. That's a little neat bit of detail. She just walked over there. Interesting. I don't think I've ever seen that. But the aesthetic as far as the art, does it have both? I think it definitely has orc. And it has Orkai. And it has Uruks. It's got them all. The first thing that you fight as far as like those evil forces are orcs. I think they're somewhere in in Breeland here. But yeah, you fight them all. And they kind of, the nice part is the White Hand Uruk-hai, obviously Isengard here. They have great, like, you know, they have the hand on their armor. And so the model design, they have, like, you know, they represent their factions, essentially.
I don't like the look of those Rangers one bit.
Nobody trusts Rangers, by the way. But what I like about the aesthetic here is, again, it looks, you know, it looks appropriate. It looks handcrafted. It's got, like, you know, realism as far as not having like huge pauldrons and stuff like that. It looks like it's grounded. They can't add things like a Ferrari or like a car or a motorcycle or street clothes, hoodies. None of that shit can come into this game because it's Lord of the Rings, right? I love that. It's kind of like the same thing in Elder Scrolls Online, where they're as far as the armor and the aesthetic, they have their parameters. You're not going to see any like wacky shit in there. And I can't tell you how, it's just great. It just helps with the immersion. I hate when games add modern stuff or cars and stuff like that to their games. Final Fantasy XIV is guilty of this, and I do not like it. It's the reason why Dawntrail kind of sucked aesthetically, because we're in like cyberpunk all of a sudden. Did not do it for me. Luckily, we're going back. Ooh, that reminds me. We'll talk a little bit about 14. Sloth is next week. The update that adds the Northern Horn for field content in 14. Because we're gonna check that out.
Alas for peaceful folk everywhere. It is an enormous task to convince them that evil people
easy level up there. Obviously, we're just chit-chatting. Specialization. Yeah, Tuesday. Okay. Alright, gang. I know what we're doing next week. We're going to play a little Final Fantasy XIV, and I'm going to show off my favorite type of content. And the best time to do field content is day one, because nobody knows the fights. And so you just have like this mass group of people. I forget how many people are allowed in a map. It's like 72, or is it 48? I don't know. All doing these big events, and everybody's just getting slaughtered. It's going to be a great time. Anyways. This is, I want to say it's new, but it's not new, but it's not what the game had when it first came out. And I think a good example is Classic WoW 2 Retail, where Classic WoW, the way you leveled up, the traits, you had like class quests and stuff to unlock like additional traits. That eventually has been taken out of WoW. Same with Lord of the Rings Online here. Used to have to go to your trainer to train abilities. They would give you quests that would give you very powerful skills that made your, you know, your class fantasy even better. Oh, unfortunately, they kind of did away with it. They streamlined it all, so now we just have this like trait panel, and it's very, very simple. Healing hands. You can make your captain a healer. Lead the charge. This is DPS, and then leader of men. This is tanking. The current, I think the current state of captains are, I think they do a lot of damage. Like they're on par with other DPS classes, where remember at the beginning of this game, at the launch, captains were not good at DPSing. I think they can fully tank too, and then again, back at the launch of the game, they could be like an off tank, but they weren't that great at actually tanking. And then healing, I don't know if they can heal a party on their own. They might be able to. Fact is, they I don't want to say they've been like homogenized, but they've lost, I think, like their identity as like the party buffer, which sucks. Yeah, Hex, it kills me when you have a fantasy setting, especially with an MMO, because it's supposed to be like a persistent world. You know, it has that emphasis on immersion. And so if you see a car drive by, it's like, what the fuck was that? What's going on there? Anyways, they can't fuck with things with Lord of the Rings, because it's an established IP. There are things that are here in the game, and there, you know, you won't ever see like an AK-47. I like that too. It's like kind of before you would think like the development of like firearms. And sometimes firearms I think do work in like fantasy settings, but with Lord of the Rings here, you'll never see it. It's always just bows, arrows. You have black powder. And so like smoke kegs or smoke powder like kegs. That's there, but nothing like again, like firearms. What do we want to go? What do we want to show off? They all kind of play the same. Especially for leveling, it's not going to be a problem. Maybe we'll just go with lead the charge. Go DPS. And we got our skill tree here. So you can kind of, there's a tiny bit of buildcraft in this game. Because you can level through your main trait here, which we picked, DPS. But you can also put points into the other lines as well. They just cost like additional points. So there's a little bit of buildcraft. Not much though. So what are we gonna go with? Let's see here. This is 3% more damage for some of our iconic abilities. I think we just go with this because it's attack duration. I think that's like our attack speed, and our melee damage is bumped up. And that goes up to 10% eventually. That's pretty good. Let's go with that. Apply it. Good to go. You can also like kind of like save your builds over here on the right. So they only give you 3. I don't know if I unlock this one by paying with a premium currency, it'll then add a 4th. There's really no need for that because you only have 3 specs. So obviously you'd have, you know, a build tab for each spec you have. But yeah, I think if you're a standard player, or I'm considered premium because like I have subbed, but I'm not exactly like completely like free to play. So I don't know if you're like a true free to play player that you'll be stuck on the first tab here or just one tab. But anyways, as a free to play game, I think this game is actually really is it a good free to play game? Like experience? I think so. I think you get a lot of time out of this game, and then you can earn. So you have the store here. You have these things called Lotro points. This is like their currency. You can earn Lotro points in game, and so you could technically like buy expansions, character slots, and stuff with the premium currency. Now it's gonna cost you an arm and a leg, or it's not going to cost you an arm and a leg. It's just going to take fucking forever if you want to. But the store is... They put a lot of time and effort into the store here, and they put a lot of shit in here that you would, you know, they want you to buy it. It's just what games do, unfortunately. I wish this game just stayed a subscription. Because back in the day, Lord of the Rings Online also had a... What was it called? It was like a legend. You could be a legendary like VIP, where if you gave the company like $300, you became a lifetime member. You didn't need to pay for your sub anymore. And to this day, if you bought that lifetime subscription, you don't have to pay for you still don't have to pay for a subscription, and you get all the benefits of being a premium subscribed person. What a value for money nowadays that the game is like 15 plus years like old. I'm kind of kicking myself for not doing that. I mean, I didn't have the money, but crazy that they still, because this game has changed hands as far as who owns it. And it's crazy that they've kept that policy that if you bought the lifetime subscription, they still honor it to this day. And you know, they should, because you bought it. But man, people who did that, I can see why they'd never leave this game. And every month, as long as you're subscribed, they give you like 700 Lotro points every month. So if you're a lifetime member, you've just been accruing that shit monthly. If you're playing or not, you would come back and you'd have all this currency. Just very jealous, put it that way. And there are some things in the store that is absolutely, I think you would consider like almost like pay to win. A lot of conveniences. But it does want us to do our, kind of like learn what our class does here. Yeah, we hit the dummy a couple times, and we're good to go. I think the sound design and the animations, especially when it comes to combat here, I think they're pretty good. I thought this was always very charming. Also, the sword we have here. This is our two-handed sword. And what you're not going to see is like a great sword. We're talking about like Elden Ring size great swords, or I guess you'd say like WoW 2 or Final Fantasy 14 with like a Dark Knight. You're not going to see these massive weapons. Everything has, again, that grounded like realism. And this is my favorite, almost like two-handed sword kind of design, where it's a long sword. But you wear it on your back and you hold it with two hands, and it's this scale. I love this. I love the size of these weapons here. This is what kind of like my vibe when it comes to like a fantasy game. What I kind of like envision. I'm like, yeah, I would want it to like look like to this scale as far as the weapons. Another cool part about, you know, weapon designs and what your characters can do. Somebody like a hunter, champion, guardian, they have multiple weapons they can use. So they can use like they can dual wield with, you know, dagger, short sword, two swords, hatchet, whatever. But also use a bow. Now a hunter is going to use the bow as their, you know, that's what all their skills are going to be related to. Nice wild texture pack. What? This is great. Did you fight the Witch King or a Nazgul? I have fought. Yes, they are like raid bosses. They're also actually, ooh, that's a great point, Hexalot. There was a game mode. Let me finish my thought about the weapons real quick. But as a hunter, most of your skills down here, they will be related to like a bow, and you'll have like 3 abilities that you actually use, like your swords in melee. And it's not really the focus, but it's like a little bit like, it's like fun flavor, right? Similar to WoW Classic, where if you have like a warrior, they could use a crossbow, even though they're mostly in melee, but you'd use the bow to like pull targets and just to shoot from range. They eventually took that out because we didn't, you know, I don't know why they took it out. Maybe a design as far as like, well, nobody's using the bow, but it's fun, right? I think it's a fun little bit of design. So again, yeah, hunters, they can use some melee if they really wanted to. On the flip side, somebody like a champion, most of their abilities obviously going to be in melee, swinging around. And they have a bow, and they literally have like one ability with the bow. It's like called Power Shot. So again, you're just using it to pull, and it's a little bit of like, again, that class fantasy flavor that's just there for fun. Can you be a Hobbit, Venture Guy? Absolutely. Actually, I'm pretty sure I am the only person to ever stream or make this game where I did not make a Hobbit. Everybody else makes a Hobbit. Also, when we get a kill there, this is kind of, can I grab this? Oh, man. There's so many things with the UI as far as you can do. But, I have like a battle, like when I defeat a target, it procs abilities for me. So let's kill this wolf real quick. Big hits. Oh, there we go. So now our rally cry, it has like an improved version after we defeat a target. So it's letting us know by like letting it pop up right there. It's also on our bar here. But the defeat event, which you kill a target, procs a stronger version of this. So you really don't want to use this until you defeat somebody. Do they still update this game? Yes. Yes, they do. They are currently, let me look at the world map. They're in Umbar. They're down over here as far as the story. We've done everything. We've gone through the Misty Mountains. We passed by Rohan. We did the Helm's Deep. Helm's Deep is right here. This is Helm's Deep. We've gone to Gondor, Minas Tirith. You can explore all of Minas Tirith, by the way. All the layers, you can walk all the way up them. It is crazy. Does it make some, CPUs catch fire? Sometimes. I've heard stories of that. You can go everywhere. Crazy. That's the thing, Venture Guy. This is a niche MMO. But, yeah, the 4-hour maintenance on Wednesdays. That's why we're not streaming it on Wednesday. It's a niche MMO, but I don't think Lord of the Rings is considered, like, niche. So, I mean, there's a lot of reasons why I think it isn't as popular as maybe it could be. One, it is an older game, so there's some limit there. So there's some limits there. Sorry, I don't know where to put my quest tracker because they did update the map UI to have like this border here, and this is for like 4K monitors. Again, they're updating the game. That's great. But we've also destroyed the One Ring, so it's like, what do we do now as far as keeping the game going? And again, that's when they've gone down to Umbar to do stuff down there. I don't really care about Umbar, so that's kind of where I fell off the bandwagon, really. Because, you know, I think everybody just thinks of, you know, Gondor, maybe the Lonely Mountain up here. These are the places they want to go to. Mirkwood, Lothlorien. It's all in game, by the way. You can walk to all of it. It's amazing. But we've done all the heavy hitters. And so I think one of the biggest... Oh, hang on. Talk to Strider. Guys, why are we walking out of the camp? We need to talk to Strider. But the visual design here is amazing. Also, with the UI here... Let's see here if I can find it. Frill. Look. Okay, so frill is basically like grass. So if we go down to 0, takes all the grass away, right? And if we juice this up all the way, just look at the difference as far as like the foliage. And it puts it all in. It just looks so much more like lush. I think it's like, in my opinion, if you juice up the frill all the way, I think it's a little overkill. Because there are some maps where you can't see shit. It's a little too much. So I usually like to keep it around... like right here. Like I want a little foliage, but I don't want it looking like the Amazon jungle or like the, you know, they've never mowed their lawns. Maybe 10 actually. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. I like to keep things clean. WoW is an older game, but at least it's Blizzard's own IP. That's true. Yeah. I think that has given WoW a lot of freedom as far as what they can do. Because I was talking about earlier, they can't... You know, they have limitations on what they can do with this game. Some of them are good limitations. We talked about the aesthetic, not having like a Corvette or anything drive by, or wearing like baggy jeans. You're never going to see that in Lord of the Rings Online. So that's a great limitation.
Do you feel confident in what you have learned?
Uh-huh.
Umdir, my poor old friend. A shadow has crept over him.
Thinks of ticks. All the foliage makes you think of ticks. Yeah. Again, the landscape design in this game is immaculate. They've done a really fantastic job with just how the game looks from a landscape perspective. But
I don't like the look
what
of
are you
those
doing in
rangers
this
one
landscape?
bit.
It's just traditional MMO questing, and it has not changed. You're going out there, you're collecting bear hides, you're cleaning up slop that orcs leave behind, you're repairing like fences, and you do this throughout the entire game. From level 1 to level Venture guy, you're bullshitting me. Hang on, Venture guy's just spouting some stuff. What do you mean D3 is confirmed? Are we talking about Division 3? I don't believe it. Yeah, Division 3. Okay. Is that what you're talking about? No, are you talking about Destiny 3? Don't be derailing us for fake news. I won't have it. Dude, if they're making D3, I don't know what we would do. I don't know how I feel about that. I would need to see it. Well, D3 still a D3, isn't it? Yeah, it is. That is what you're talking about? Yeah, don't get my hopes up like that.
Well, well, if it isn't the rumor monger.
I've heard all about you, Delata. Calder Cobb here. You can just tell by his voice, he's a bad guy. So we are doing like a main scenario, a main quest. I also like when NPC guards and stuff are higher level than you, and they kind of let you know they're like, yeah, they're dangerous with this orange text on their head, and they're level 6. Kind of miss that. Let's move our abilities because I want to make sure there is like a rotation as far as what we need to be pressing. Obviously, it's not important this early on. But what captains do is we don't have multiple weapons like a hunter or champion, but what we do have is our voice, and we do a lot of yelling. So that is something I think people maybe love or hate, but you're always going to be hearing your captain kind of yell. I don't know where to put this ability. And I can't tell you how many times in the middle of the night, again, when I was a wee lad, that is not my fault that I interpreted your words that way. You knew what you were doing. It was dirty. That was dirty. Because I was about to say hallelujah, but yeah, it's too good to be true. But captains shout a lot. Every time we need to, this is because our battle shout, this is our opener. And I don't know if you guys saw or picked up on it, but when we saw the Nazgul, the Black Rider, in the intro, a chunk of our health bar got like taken away. And that's because there's this mechanic in the game called Dread. So if you are going up against something that is, you know, pretty badass, where, you know, everyday folk would be like quiver in terror to, your character will just sit there and kind of like do this. It's like shouting orders. Yeah. That was a good miss. Imagine Division 3 development getting canceled. No, I'm pretty sure they're full steam ahead. They're like, damn, people really do want a looter shooter MMO. Let's give it to them. But there's a dread system in this game where you counteract it with another stat called Hope, and it's like a token you could use. But if you have too much dread, one, it chips down your maximum HP, but also your character will like get stunned and cower. And I think that's a really cool mechanic. Because, you know, there's things like the Watcher in Moria, that if you see that thing, you'd be like, what the fuck is that? Because you do fight the Watcher. You also fight a Belron. Just like stuff like that. They're like stuff in the world that is especially dangerous and scary. And so like a normal character here, yeah, you can't do it on your own. You would need help. I saw that Halo is talking about doing a looter shooter MMO. I don't know how to feel about that. I don't know if I'd want to be... I don't know. I don't know how the community feels about a bunch of people being like Spartans. I think it'd be better if everybody was more like an ODST instead. But I'd be interested in it. I like Halo. I'm going to be playing the Halo Remastered. That comes out next week too. Shit. Boys, we got games to play. We got games to play. We got a problem here. Is anybody else interested in the Halo Combat Evolved remake? I don't know how people are feeling about that. But we're just doing our normal MMO shit here. And when shit comes up, I'll be glad to yap about it. Yes, you're excited about it? Okay. I am. I'm excited about it too. I was gonna get it on PlayStation, but fuck them right now. I'm gonna get it on Steam. Too broke to buy. Yeah, I mean, I feel you there. Luckily, I don't buy too many video games. Ugh, love my shouts, by the way. Yeah, when I was a wee lad, my mom would be like, "What is making that noise?" Because I'd be playing like on a laptop and shit. I'm like, nothing. It's just my character yelling over and over and over again. Another, this reminded me, another really fun mechanic in this game. There's so many good ideas in this game, by the way. Another fun mechanic is fellowship maneuvers. So if you're in a party of, I think 3 is where it starts to pop up, but it goes up to 6 in like raid sizes. Anyways, at certain points, the fight will kind of like pause, and everybody gets like these buttons to press, but they're like color coded. So you have like a green button, a red button, a blue button, and a yellow button. And depending on what order everybody presses their button, because when you press it, it then goes into like an overall party slot. Whatever like order everybody pushes, like a special action, a fellowship action where everybody will do something, kind of like an ultimate, almost like a group ultimate, happens and does, like, depending on what you press. Like if everybody presses red, so you'd like do reds across the board, you'll do a big like power strike that'll do a chunky bit of damage. If you do like all yellow, you'll put like a bleed or a really powerful dot on the whatever enemy you stunned. If you do all green, obviously that'll heal everybody. Blue, that'll give everybody mana. And it's this fun little thing because you can also mix and match the combination to do even more like special things. The kicker is everybody pressing their button at the right time in the right order, because you'll say like, okay, Delita, Hexalot, Venture Guy, you guys press green first, and then the other 3 people, you need to press blue. Well, if one of those people press blue early, it then fucks up the order. And then if nobody presses green in time, basically the maneuver like goes away. And you just kind of like wasted it. Very, very cool mechanic. I don't know how much they use it nowadays, but it would be like a lifesaver in some like really difficult fights. Oh, this is just like, guys, this is like nostalgia overstimulation right now with this game for me. I just have so many memories with this game. This was my first MMORPG. I played the fuck out of it. I was that person where this is all I played for months and years on end. And I only played one character. I went all in with one character, and it was my captain. I eventually kind of transitioned over to Hunter, because I wanted to see what it was all about. Because I played a captain, I was used to leveling slow, but I like being that support character. I switched over to a hunter, and I was like, holy shit, I melt stuff. I level so much quicker. And then I just never kind of went back. This game is not very alt friendly. And there used to be a lot of grinds in the game that's like, oh, I don't want to do those again. We'll show off that system when we get there. Your first MMORPG was a Lego game? What Lego game was an MMO? Yes, Sir Hexalot. It was like it was like rewarding the team for doing like a special action, and it only came up in group settings. I've never seen another kind of like I guess you just call it like an MMO, like a team game, do a mechanic like that. I think in Marvel Rivals, can't you like do like 2 ultimates with 2 characters together and like they have like some sort of synergy? It's kind of like that, but with like a party of 6 or 3. I don't remember when it starts. I think it is 3 because there's instance content, which is kind of like dungeons, but they have like 3-man dungeons and then like 6-man dungeons. We're killing wolves, by the way. I like wolves because remember in Lord of the Rings, like, what was it, the first war or the first age war or the second? But like everybody picked a side. Every creature, not just like, people who could, not just like elves and dwarves and orcs, everybody. So even the animals out in the wild. And wolves, they picked the bad side. Lego Universe only lasted 2 years. That's the shitty part, dude, is when you have these games that people developed, people made, and then they just shut them down. Can't play them anymore. I have like a few Lego games that I'm not like the biggest Lego game fan, but I do have a few that I think are going to be really good like first gaming experiences for my son. And I guess my daughter too, when she is of age to know how to hold a controller and has the attention span. So I can see myself, I'm gonna be playing Lego games in like a few years. So that's why I got a few. Yeah, which is why we need Stop Killing Games, which is also why Sony's move to basically stop physical media disc is such a dumb, so dumb by them. You'll be sorry. TLDR with this area here. The Black Rider is going to come back for the Ranger that he stabbed because it was a Morgul blade. Anyways, that turns you into a Dark Rider. A really cool mechanic with this game. So they tried the whole, almost like the Season of Discovery from WoW, which like changed up the classic formula. They tried something like that with this game where brand new server, but they had this this new mechanic where Nazguls would spawn if you were like killing too many like enemies. And then you'd have this epic 1v1 with a Nazgul out in the open world, and they just got tougher and tougher, and it was kind of scary. It really added this like flavor of danger to the world. I don't know how far along that server has gone, because this game is kind of jank where they tried the whole like classic servers. But with a classic server, you want the game to be how it was like at launch or whatever period of time they're trying to replicate. That's not how Lotro does their classic progression servers. Instead, they take the up-to-date current server and they just put a level cap on it. And they're like a lot of like old systems that got left behind. They don't update. And it's just like a shit show. Sadly. It's like they try to give you the classic experience, but they do it in like a bad way. It'd be like WoW, retail WoW, saying like, okay, we'll give you a classic version, and they just give you another retail server, but they just set the level cap to be like 20 or 30. And you're like, happy? It's like, no, it's not what we wanted. I've seen a lot about WoW Midnight. Again, I follow WoW because I am, Sir Hexalot. Have you ever seen Warcraft 3? Dude, we could do a Warcraft 3 playthrough. I love that game. But I do love old WoW, old Warcraft. And so I keep an eye on things as far as what's going on. I see Midnight's story and I'm just like, this is gay. Like, this is dumb. I don't know who's writing this.
Calder Cobb is a traitor. Danger has found you earlier than I predicted.
I knew Calder Cobb was a traitor.
I cannot decide which is more dangerous right now. Calder Cobb's treachery or the ignorance of Captain Brackenbrook.
Yeah, so this place is fucked. We're doing everything we can to kind of prepare it for an attack coming.
Oi, you there! Let me go! Calder Cobb can vouch for me!
Voice acting in the game is pretty good too.
What do you need?
What do you need? All the GTA 6 stuff has been removed from PlayStation's website. What GTA 6 stuff? Oh, you mean like on their like Twitter and shit? You had a cousin play Warcraft 3? It is a lot of fun. It's a timeless game.
How can you say this?
It is just as enjoyable as it was back in the day.
I suppose it would be wise.
Grab some quests here. We're just doing like baby quests. This is again. This is kind of like Tutorial Island, where
I'm hungry.
I'm hungry. These fucking hobbits, dude. People love hobbits. I don't. I'm one of those people. I'm like, anytime I was like watching the movies as a kid, I'm like, okay, I don't want to follow the hobbits. Like, give me back to Aragorn. Give me back to Legolas and Gimli. I want to see what they're doing. Hobbits, I'm just like, they're just hungry all the time. They got big feet. Yeah, Warcraft 3 it's addicting. It can be. Maybe we'll play it one day. I don't know. We got too many games on the list. This is a game where if I wanted to, if I could literally just go all in. Like full addict mode. and just play this all day, every day, and I would be happy, actually. I just don't want to do that to myself. It's very scary. Yeah, well, Modern WoW, I watched, you're probably familiar with like somebody like Nixium, him talk about what happened to WoW, and one of the things he talks about is how they stopped caring about like immersion and making the world feel lived in favor of just new island, new players, let's get you through it, and they don't care about really like the attention to detail anymore in like the world design as much. Like they just make everything like just like jam-packed. And I kind of see that. Because they just like don't care about the lore really anymore. Or they don't use the whole world of Warcraft. They use whatever the latest zone is and you'll be happy. It's kind of sad. I'm looking forward to BlizzCon whenever they announce what they're doing with Classic WoW, as far as like Classic Plus, because I'm pretty sure everybody knows it's like 100% guaranteed at this point. So I'm looking forward to that, but I'm also like, how are they gonna fuck it up? How are they gonna monetize it? Because you know they're going to. They're gonna monetize it. They're gonna screw it up in some way, or they're gonna just put like a black mark on it when it's like you had this golden goose here. Just be happy with your sub fee. And they're not. Or, you know, make a box price for it. But just, they're going to chock it full of microtransactions and all this bullshit. And it's just going to ruin the experience, honestly. That's what I'm, like, assuming is going to happen. And it just kind of, like, takes the wind out of my sails when it comes to modern Blizzard in their games. Is when you're just looking for, how are you going to screw this up? Where are you going to try to, like, nickel and dime everybody? Which makes me happy that they don't fuck with like Warcraft 3, because they can't. I mean, they could, I guess, but they don't. Because I like the vibe of Classic. I mean, we talked about it here, a lot of the same things throughout, you know, you get fun like little RP stuff, your class is actually like important, it has a role, and feels different. Like, I don't want an overly balanced game. I want some classes to be better at certain things, you know? I want classes to have their their time to shine and feel really important, or like, yeah, everybody wants my class, or like this content. Slot. Yeah, they're optimizing their team to ensure you get the best experience. They're partnering with Ubisoft. Yeah, great. Once I saw the Ubisoft like microtransaction store for the new Black Flag remaster, whatever, I'm just like, I was like, nope, not gonna get this. Never mind. Even if it's great experience, I'll just play the classic instead, and it holds up perfectly well.
A stranger, eh?
A stranger, eh? Hey, we get a cloak. Hell yeah. Do I want to at all touch this inventory? No, I'll just put all the shit that I have in my bag here. Lotro has some goofy things where they actually have an item that will stop you from leveling. You'd be thinking like, why would you want to disable leveling? Well, my friends, I will tell you. When you are leveling through zones, if you are like a VIP or you buy some like XP boosters, you will blast through the quest and you will outlevel the quest areas extremely fast, like very early on. And so it's for people who basically want to keep the content rolling in a certain area and kind of like just do everything, but they don't want to be like one-shotting everything. I don't know. It's an option. It's something you can do, but it's just, it's funny. There's a lot of weird things about Lotro. Venture, I can agree with that. I think Destiny 2 has had some of my favorite gaming moments as far as an MMO. It's just like, it's so unique, right? And it's a shame that it's kind of I'm glad it's in the state it is, put it that way. It's just a great game right now. It's always going to be a great game because they're not updating it anymore. And the state it's in is about as good as it's going to get unless they bring back the other campaigns that they vaulted. That'd be great, but that's not coming back. So I think it's the best they can do. Sloth, yeah, first time thinking about pirating a game. With the whole thing about physical media going away, like the tagline you see with a lot of people like commenting is, well, if I don't really own my games, then pirating's really not, you know, stealing anything or something like that. I'm like, yeah, I get that, kind of makes sense. Because if you don't own anything, then you're not stealing anything if you're pirating, I guess. Pirating will be on the rise if with this whole, like, no physical media. That's for sure. Well, Venture Guy, I think it's just Western studios, right? And obviously you have like Sony and Xbox, and they'll learn because they're gonna lose a lot of money. But really, it's Western studios that are also, there's like titles for not dying, so where they're wary. I think it stops at like 20. You get like the Undying or Undefeated. I think it's gonna get worse for like Xbox and Sony, mainly because Western studios, what did they do during COVID when everybody was locked in their houses? Well, they hired a bunch of people. Basically they overstaffed. They put their expectations too high. They thought everything they were going to be releasing were going to be like bangers. And they thought people would keep spending on video games, when in reality it's like, no, not really. There's like a cap on how many like games people want to play, and obviously quality matters. So you can see that they have all this operating cost, but their studios aren't pumping out like Call of Duty numbers. They're making their own like side projects. Like the example I'll give is the people who made South of Midnight. They had a AAA budget, but they didn't have an audience or a demographic that justified that budget. So when you spend all that money making that video game, and even though it's a good game, it looks good, etc., the audience just isn't there for how much money you spent on it. And so like that's a loss. That studio, goodbye, gone. Because it was a dumb business decision. Whereas you look at somebody like Expedition 33, is it Sandfall? Is it Sandfall Interactive? Anyways, they have like what, 50 people? I think they say their development size is, or their studio is, somewhere around 50 to 100. They made the absolute banger, Expedition 33. Boatloads of cash, lots of money. What did they do with that money? Did they, build a new studio, hire triple the studio size so they can make the next game bigger and better? No. Instead, they put that money, well, to good use for their company and their staff now, but kind of as like a treasure trove. So that whatever their next project is, they budget appropriately, and it gives them kind of like the wiggle room if their next game isn't like a hit, to be like, okay, well, swing and a miss with this game, we can go on to our next project and not lay off everybody. Essentially. Oh yeah, the graphics, the water in this game is like crazy good. I think I actually have it like kind of turned down. Nintendo, they do the same thing. They budget appropriately. If one of their games flops, okay, we'll put it down as a loss, but they don't have to fire a whole studio. They don't have to lay off thousands or hundreds of people. Yeah, the water is really nice in this game. I think I got the water settings down. Let me turn them up, because they actually have really good water, like, physics, I guess you would call it. I think I turned it down because I'm like, I don't need it to be this crazy. See if I can find it. What's nice with this is actually, is you can just look in here, water. Oh, actually I can't mess with it right now. But they have a nice feature where like it'll show like your wake. Also, there's deadly enemies out here. This is kind of like a roaming part. This boar here used to be tough. Obviously now with like power creep and all that, we just take it out. But this used to be a scary boar over here. Because one of the things you kind of want to go for when you're leveling up in this game is, you want to get the undefeated title at level 20. And I've seen plenty of people kind of restart their characters because getting to 20, not a big deal now, but it used to be. And the game was a little bit harder back then. Yeah, Larian, same thing. They're safe because, they've gone from strength to strength without overhiring. And their games have gotten better, and they've just sold better. Divinity Original Sin 1. Obviously, they had games before that, but they were very niche. It's just, yeah. So I think Western studios, especially, again, the companies that overhired, Xbox, big problem with them. Very little oversight by, Phil Spencer. Phil Spencer literally was just like, we have Microsoft money. We will pay you just to make whatever you want, as long as it's a good game. And he wasn't there saying no, you should be making Gears of War. No, you should be making Fallout games. You should be making Elder Scrolls. He wasn't doing any of that. And so you get all these floundering projects. What was the vampire one that flopped? That was a live, they tried to make it into a live service. The developers wanted to make that game. And it's it wasn't a good idea. And when you're given, Microsoft money, you need to make that money back. It's a business at the end of the day. It's a creative business, a lot of art involved, but you need to be making a product that people want to buy. You can't just put a lot of money into something and say, well, this is our vision for our game, buy it because we love it. It's really good. It's if it doesn't appeal to anybody, and it's tough luck. To be fair, with Call of Duty, very established franchise, people... I don't think it was Vampire the Masquerade. Back 4 Blood? Is that what it was? It was a first-person vampire game, a hunting game, or something like that. It did horribly, essentially. It did not do well. I think we can go back, right? We got everything? Go to Combe, which is the town over. But there's actually something cool at that part. Let's go look over there. Also the ambient music too, the birds in the background, or is it a squirrel? I don't know. Pretty good in this game. I don't think there's any music going on. Kind of, it's just in the background. This game has really good music. I've used it in a couple of my videos before, and the real ones are holy shit, that's the Prancing Pony song, and I'm you're gaming, my friend. Or anytime anybody points out whatchamacallit, when I use Final Fantasy Tactics stuff, I'm yeah, you're a real one. Hooday! Oh, Hooday! You a Bengal fan, brother? Is this game populated? Yes. Yes, it is. It's going. It's got a my son is literally has a Bengal shirt on today, for preschool. But what was I gonna say? You threw me off with freaking Ohio lore. But yes, this game is populated. It is still going. It's a small community, because the problem, this is another problem I want to talk about with this game, is the max level is 160. 160. It takes a long time to get to 160. So here's how I wish I could open up Paint and then draw how the population is kind of spread out through this game, but I'll just use my hands. You have the population here for new players, level 1 to 20. And then there's the population of players who are at 160, probably actually a little bit lower. But there's a community there at the end game. The issue with this game is the in-between. It is a ghost town because there's 160 levels, and leveling is not quick. And you literally go through, again, each zone. You're just kind of doing similar questing to how I'm doing here, but the maps get much bigger. The leveling takes longer. So you just have that middle crowd that is kind of playing the game by themselves. There's not a lot of systems in the game to kind of bring everybody together other than like festivals and events. Their dungeon finder queue or something like that, nobody uses. It's pretty bad. It's always been bad. And so yeah, you just have like the middle people who are like almost like in no man's land as far as like there's not a lot of people. But again, there's a community here, there's a population, it is niche, you can find players. I actually have the world chat going where I'm hiding, but yeah, people are still playing this game. They're looking for groups. There is like dailies and weeklies that, you know, are always, you know, popping off for group play, but it's just getting to the end game can be a problem. Because
what can I do for you?
If you have somebody, you know, like your girlfriend, your wife, your buddy playing the game with you, I'm always just picking up the swords, by the way. They are great. They are great swords, but also they're very realistic. Hooday! Brother, I'm also a Florida man. We talk about that all the time. On Friday, we always wearing our Hawaiian shirts. I'm a Jacksonvillian. Jacksonvillian? I don't know. So northern, but I used to be in Tampa. I've been all over in Florida, except Miami. We don't go that far south. Yeah, similar situation. I feel like a lot of people from Ohio migrate down to Florida. Yeah, good shit. Yeah, the beach. Kind of hate the beach now, but it is it's a good time. Used to be. I'm too old now. I'm not too old. It's just the sun. I don't like the sun. You got to go outside. Very touristy. That's how Tampa's kind of feeling, or it's like overpopulation because everybody wants to go there. Yeah, Florida's getting very populated, but that's an issue for another day, I suppose. What was I gonna say? This greatsword's cool, but if I want to go to my outfit here and put on the sword that I like, I think it's this one, the Rusted Claymore. Put that on. I now apply this outfit. It's the only thing I put on there. Every time I pick up a weapon, it's gonna look like what we have now. This is a problem with the game. You can't unsheath your weapon and just kind of like hold it. Like in Guild Wars 2, WoW, Final Fantasy 14, you can just pull out your weapon and just like hold it to like show it off. No, in Lotro here, you keep it sheathed and you can't do anything about it unless you go into combat. But yeah, anytime we pick up a new sword now, it's just always going to look like this. I love that. Florida's like its own little... I mean, every state is kind of like their own little country, right? Florida's just long. It's just long. It's like one of those... It's literally like the only state where it's like... It takes like, what, 12 hours to go from like North Florida down to like Miami? It's like nuts. Meanwhile, like Tennessee, you can drive anywhere in Tennessee in like under like 3 hours. So it must be nice to live in a state that's kind of like a little bit more compact, you know what I mean? But anyways, these bastards, the Blackwolds, they're like the brigands here, the banditry that the Black Riders kind of use. They're blocking the way. So this is what you can't leave Tutorial Island here until you complete the main quest here. I always thought that was cool. Random thought. If the next Divinity game has an Artificer or Engineer style class, it'd be cool to see. It would be cool if instead of a Druid style transformation, you have like you pilot like steampunk stuff and mechs. That would be awesome. I'd like that. Does again, I'm not super familiar with the Divinity universe as far as like their technology, but do they have like steampunk stuff like golems and mechs?
This
I don't know.
cannot be. I must write to Brackenbrook at once.
Like, is it lore appropriate? I guess I should say. To have that technology in Divinity. I guess they have like. Do you like press buttons? I'm not sure. Eventually, we will do a Divinity Original Sin. We'll check up on it. Kind of like what we're going to do tomorrow. Tomorrow, we're going to be checking out Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous. Because it's kind of like D&D and Baldur's Gate, right? I literally actually have like no idea. But we're going to check that out. And depending on how much we like it, we're going to give it like a first impressions. We're going to give it a go. We're going to do it on tomorrow, and then Thursday we're going to dedicate to just playing the game and learning it. And then from there, if I'm really enjoying it and I'm thinking about the game a lot, we'll just do like a full playthrough, right? But if not, if I'm kind of like, maybe I'll enjoy this on my own time, or maybe it's like a slow burn, because I am like that with some games where it takes me multiple like sessions of almost like forcing myself to play the game for it to like click. Like Expedition 33 is a good example. When I picked up the game first, I literally played for like 30 minutes. I put it down, waited like a week, picked it up again for like another 30 minutes, because I was just like, you know, just getting a feel for the game. Didn't know if I was gonna like it or not. And then I think like after the 5th time, like everything kind of clicked and I was fucking hooked. But it was a slow burn for me. So that could happen with, you know, a new game like Pathfinder.
Lovely. This is sure to cheer Omdir right up.
So she wants to give him some food to make him feel better, and Strider's like,
This tea will help Omdir.
This is a nice
better.
thought, but
it
ain't gonna work.
This will do nicely.
Get a bunch of
Gives
crap.
me something to munch on for a bit, at least.
Going through our visual progression.
You cannot fathom.
Oh yeah,
just
look at our
how
rusted
wrong
mail.
I have been.
Sort of. So Divinity already has like Magitech and Advanced Engineering. Okay. Blockworks, Mechanical. Okay, so they do. Yeah. I don't think I didn't really think of. I wasn't thinking of like Iron Man. I was thinking more of what you're talking about. What's the deal with source energy in Divinity?
Do not
I know it's
despair.
bad.
You have done well.
But is it just another
thank you,
form of like magic?
I have not the stomach to drink this now.
Did my tea perk him up? I knew it would.
Can you travel to the Shire and get a look at this? Get dirty looks from local folks. Yeah, they all kind of like. None of the hobbits in the Shire are like polite. Essentially, I mean, some of them are, but they. Oh my god, this is a great question. That just reminded me of the Shire. First off, fuck the Shire. All you do in the Shire is you're like cleaning up after the hobbits. You're like delivering food, and they are such lazy pieces of shit. The Shire is like, people love leveling in the Shire. It's very aesthetically pleasing. Maybe we'll go visit it. But yes, it is so lore friendly in the Shire. You're like going through farmlands and stuff, and you're just like doing like mundane like Shire shit. Oh my god, this game is great. That's it, guys. We're becoming a Lord of the Rings online full-time streamer. This game's just a mess, though. There's a lot of really cool systems in this game. I wish they would kind of almost like hit the reset on this game and start like a Classic Plus version of this from the beginning. Take out all the crap, make it sub only, and just keep things evergreen and in the loop, because they have like this whole skirmishing system, which is really cool, and a system I love. We'll talk about that in a second. Read what you guys are saying. Source is Divinity's version of fundamental magic energy. Okay. So kind of like Force. I mean, I like the Shire. Ooh, here's another great thing about captains. They're kind of like the pet class. And you're thinking, what kind of pet does a captain get? We get our own Herald. So we get this guy who follows us around with our banner. He's giving us a buff. 3% more damage. And he has his own little commands over here. You can't really see it because my face is in the way. But he has his own little hotbar where he can do some moves. And eventually when we get our battle brother move, he can be our battle brother. So he'll be getting all of our buffs. And he's not very strong. But you can name him. Pet menu, rename, Sir, if I could type, Hexalot. Welcome to the party, pal. Oh, never mind. Your name is invalid. What the fuck? Why? Does it have to be... Why is this not allowed? What if I do it as one word? There we go. Welcome to the party, pal. So it's almost like Source is almost like... I don't want to say creation magic. Kind of like creation magic, right? But yeah, you get your own banner boy, and you can customize them. Not like, I can't put like actual armor and weapons on them, but they have like different, almost like herald NPCs you can pick up. So you can have like an elf. You can have a Rohirrim, like follow you around with your banner. And eventually we'll get another banner. So we have the Banner of Hope. And Hope is a really powerful effect in this game. Again, it mitigates dread, which you need in like hard level or like raids and stuff. But eventually we'll just get a... What is it even called? I have a leveled up captain we could go to eventually, so you can kind of see how it progresses. But you get a herald of like, what is it called? But they just have like a bow instead. So they drop the banner, and the banner's good though because it gives you and anybody in your party whatever buff it is. We eventually will get the option of, instead of our herald having a banner, because this is giving us a buff, we will get an item that we can slot into our class slot here of our own banner, and it'll be an ability we can use that instead of having an NPC there, we like throw our banner down, and then anybody who's around us, they get that banner buff. The only thing is you got to like kind of move the banner around as the team moves. But it gives also, because you don't have like your little pet anymore, we get like more health and a little bit of like a stat bump. So if you don't want a pet, they have like a system, so you know you're not missing out on kind of the mechanic here of these buffs. They let you do them. So that's another really cool thing. Captains are great. We get our own little herald to travel with. I love this. Because again, I love things like Baldur's Gate 3, Guild Wars 1, Dragon Age Origins, Divinity, where you have your own party with you, like when you're traveling around. That just helps out with immersion, because if you're an adventurer just going by yourself and you're, going into these really dangerous locations, you wouldn't necessarily be going in alone. That wouldn't be a smart idea. The world needs to feel dangerous. Anyways, this helps my immersion, that you get like a little companion to run around with you. And you can also, because there's this whole skirmishing system, which is like these like storied instances where you get a skirmish soldier, I think is what they're called, but it's essentially another banner person, and they have a token that you can pay for in the store that will let you use your skirmishing soldier outside of skirmishes, and that will follow you in the open world for like a duration of like, I don't know, like a day, 24 hours. So as a captain, you could be running around with your herald and your skirmish soldier, and you'd have like, your own little squad. Really, really cool. Big fan of it. God, this is really scratching my itch as far as like why I love the fantasy like genre in this game. I think it does some of the class fantasy really well. Biggest issue is how long it takes to level, and then where they are now with the story, and just a lot of bad systems as you level up. Because eventually, when we get to the Mines of Moria, we're obviously not going to get there, but the first expansion introduced, because that was the first expansion, was the Mines of Moria. Great expansion, by the way. Entirely underground. Which you'd think, oh, that doesn't sound appealing. No, it was amazing. It was so good. It might be like one of the best MMO expansions out there. I had so much. I think everybody who was involved with LOTRO at the time really thinks fondly of Mines of Moria. What a great expansion. They introduced, though, legendary weapons. In theory, this sounds pretty cool. You craft your legendary weapon, it levels up, it gets stronger. You can like apply certain traits to it. Problem is, there was like level caps on the legendary weapons, so eventually you would break them down and then get, you know, the next version of a legendary weapon. And it kind of defeated the purpose of having your own legendary weapon, because eventually you would just have in your inventory like 10 legendary swords. You wouldn't be using them for anything. You just have them on you so they get leveled up, so you can then just break them down and feed them into your main legendary weapon. It was a really, really bad system because the leveling took forever. They've kind of done away with it, but it's still like there's leftover parts of it still in the game. I remember the Imp in Divinity Original Sin 1, when you kind of go to like, it's like a different plane. It reminds me of like the astral plane.
I presume you're here to bring me ill news from town.
Yeah, we're gonna get some help.
Has shown his true colors at last.
We also we get a little horse, but also where is there's a quest over here, I think, somewhere. Maybe not. Where they will kind of show you things to come in the game. So you'll go into like a dream state. You'll go talk to like Galadriel. They'll show you like the Belrog. They'll show you what's going on in Rohan, with King like Theoden. You get like to see the, you know, all the, you know, iconic places and like the setup that's going on there. It's kind of like a thing, like, you know, something to look forward to while you're playing. The thing is, you're not gonna get there for a long time. Essentially. This game would really, really, really benefit from a level squish. Because I'm sorry, if you have an MMORPG that is going on, this fly is very dangerous, by the way. Also, the graphics in this game, I just think they hold up so well. We're not swinging, and we are swinging. Good. I just think the art style, it holds up so well. Everything looks great, in my opinion. I can tell what everything is. Look at these. I was gonna say these are cattails, but they're not. Whatever you want to call this. Just the foliage in this game gets nuts. Like, come on, swim. But yeah, in MMORPGs, when you hit like level 100 and then you decide, okay, what are we gonna do for leveling? Well, let's keep going. New players do not want to join the game and see that there's 160 levels. That is just way too many levels. What? These graphics are not crap, they're good. I can tell what everything is. It's clean. It's a classic aesthetic. That's the art style. Well, the thing is, like, everything I think is visually appealing. Is the graphical fidelity the highest? No, but it all works. It's clear. It's clean. There's a lot of like tabs you can do to like pull back stuff if you don't like it. It holds up, in my opinion. And it runs well. Oh yeah, it's definitely the old school approach and like a classic art style, kind of like classic WoW. It's like just the art style they went with hasn't really aged. This same thing here for Lotro. But this game would really benefit from a level squish, in my opinion. I think they need it eventually. They can't keep going up to like 170, 80. Like, when does it stop? Also, the battle sounds. I love those too. Like, you hear the clinking of metal together. It's cool. It's cool. There was a time where running this game on modern hardware was a shit show. And the previous servers, they were like 30-bit, 32-bit servers. It's actually one of the reasons I stopped playing, or one of the reasons, is because of the lag. There's just like really weird spots where the latency just kicked in and everything stopped, and it would do this, you know, once and twice. Not a big deal. You're like, okay, servers are kind of old, I get it. But for like extended periods of time when you're playing it, and like day after day, it just like grades on you, and you're like, okay, fuck this shit. This game's ass. Thankfully, they did upgrade the servers, and now there's like barely any lag. Thank God. Legion was a great time in WoW. I played a lot of Legion. I then played a lot of BFA. Eventually fell off towards the end. And then I came back for Shadowlands and I said, okay, game's not for me anymore. It's just funny, like, there's a lot of, like, AAA games that, you know, higher budgets, more graphics, whatever, but, like, they are, like, in danger of being thrown in the bin. You know what I mean? Running through the land here. I mean, yeah, no, these assets, looking up close, yeah, these don't look great. But it's more like when you zoom out, just like the vibe. I think we could call these back too. This is what I'm talking about with the frill. Sometimes it's a little much. This is like, it's like going through the weeds. Like eventually, man, this is where I feel like gaming should be. Is that like level of immersion without catching your PC on fire. Venture Guy, why is COD still going and Destiny had to die? Because COD leadership reinvest all the money they make back into making more Call of Duty, and Destiny leadership is, and I don't say this lightly, the leadership of Destiny were a bunch of retards that ruined the game, that actively tried to kill the game when you have the, you know, the people who really cared, the, you know, the people in the trenches doing the development, were doing fantastic work. Keeping the game going, alive, getting what, you know, pushing for the systems we wanted as a community, like the training or the testing range. Things like the glamour system that they had in the game. And then leadership comes in and says, how do we monetize this? Oh, I never said Call of Duty was good, but I'm saying they take their money and then put it into the next Call of Duty. You know what I mean? Like they just keep the, you know, they make all their money from Call of Duty and they don't go to try to make like some other game with it. They're like, okay, we made a lot of money off this COD. Let's go work on the next COD. And like Call of Duty shooting, it feels good, right? There's a reason why people play it.
Good work, my friend. I believe
it's just like the stuff around Call of Duty is just that.
Need a strategy.
Like it's fun in like an arcadey way, but it's just monetized to fucking hell. There we go, bedroll. Here we go. This is what I want to see. We're gonna have a dreamlike state. Destiny in general should have had a movie, should have had a TV show, should have had like an animated something. It was just perfect for it. The aesthetic, just the vibe. Nothing is like Destiny.
Listen to my words.
Here we go. Here's Galadriel.
I am Galadriel, the Lady of the Golden
I said it wrong.
Do not be afraid, my friend. Your people are short-lived.
Thanks for standing next to me here, Sir Haxalot. You're my dream too.
I will not long disturb your sleep. I can visit you in dreams for only a short time. I have looked into my mirror and seen much that worries me. Let me show you.
Show me your mirror. Also, where are your shoes? I haven't seen this cutscene in a while. Angmar. I want to talk about the lore a little bit. Because I like the Numenorians plot. How, you know, you had Gondor get established, you had Angmar get established, and now Angmar is like kind of fallen. This was the first expansion, or the base game. You were dealing with Angmar and the Witch King before he was the Witch King. The bridge, Khazad-dûm. Got the Fellowship there. Boromir's the best, by the way. That's my boy. There's the Mines of Moria. That's how big it is, by the way. So it's like you're in a mountain, but like the scale of it. There's the Balrog and Gandalf. Of fire and smoke. I remember fighting the Balrog. It was great. Yeah, the Fall of Angmar could be its own game. Why don't we get Lord of the Rings games anymore? Lord of the Rings game anymore? I was very... Ooh, we can talk about how New World, Amazon, was going to make a Lord of the Rings MMO. They're going to use what they learned in New World to make, again, another Lord of the Rings MMO. And that kind of made people in this game a little nervous. Venture Guy, was the alien mode, was that in Ghost or was that in Black Ops? I know which one you're talking about. That one was fun. I played that. Got Thade in here. I think that's Wormtongue. Can you learn something from New World? Yeah, what not to do. Sloth, we tried New World. It wasn't a very good game. It was Ghost? Okay.
You are near to wakefulness. The last tendrils of sleep will soon release you. You ask why I wanted to show you this? It is for one reason.
Are we special? What if instead of the captain, she's actually talking to my herald here?
I saw you in my mirror. Not once or twice.
You're standing in front of me. You're taking my glory.
Your fate is tied to that of Middle-earth.
I can't believe I'm being sidelined in my own story to my herald. This is embarrassing.
Do not forget my words when you awaken. The free peoples of Middle-earth will have need of you.
Will they now?
You must not fail them.
Your private encounter will shut down in 0 minutes. Okay. Cool. He's like, what did you dream about? I'm like, that was weird. Anyways, let's leave. Yeah, I don't even like Venture Guy. I don't even like zombies that much. I liked the World at War one. That's probably the one I put the most time into, and I think I just like burnt myself out on it because it's very arcadey, right? I'm sorry if I'm gonna play a zombie game. I want the zombies to be pretty scary, or for them to have like almost like World War Z effect. Like I was thinking about it, the whole physical media getting removed. A game that I was thinking about, I was like, shit, I need to get a physical copy of Days Gone. Have you guys played Days Gone? What a great game. What a phenomenal game that got absolutely shafted by Sony. Because we're not getting a sequel. Days Gone is fantastic. The things you can do in that game, it's like a GTA, but like a zombie apocalypse. It is so good. And your bike, you ride a bike. A motorcycle. You get a bike. It's just like sitting around there pedaling. Yeah, Sloth. I have been looking out for that. What did happen to that medieval like zombie game that had like Dark Souls vibe? I don't know, Sir Haxalot. That is literally my like genre. When are we getting another like zombie fantasy game? I don't know. That's kind of what I like. But we're gonna go in the back entrance. Oh no, we're killing spiders. There's a little bit of that lag I was talking about. Let's murder some things here. Maybe, I'm thinking. What's on the docket for... Really, we need like another FromSoft game. Because they have zombies in their game, and like they have like undead sections, and those are always like really fun. Maybe Dragon's Dogma 2, the expansion that's coming out. Maybe they'll have zombies. But like, that's not the main, you know, focal point. Oh, Sir Hexalot, you gotta found it. Blight Survival, developed, published. I was gonna say, yeah, like give me the news on it. Hexalot, you gotta play Days Gone. It is so good. It is so good. It's probably like one of my favorite like Sony titles. It's better than stupid Horizon and like all those other games. The thing about it, but it does, Days Gone does have one pretty big flaw. The best part about it is fighting the swarms of zombies. That doesn't happen till like the end of the game. It's their best feature. It is technically very impressive what they do with like hordes of zombies, and you don't get to do anything with it until the end of the game. Until then, it's just kind of very, I'd say, meandering. Also, like the boss fights in the game, like the humans ones, it has like weird story beats that kind of feel unfinished. Other than that, game's great. Apparently they had a playtest, test weapons in combat. Okay, so it's still ongoing. Also, something we should probably check out, and I'm willing to give it another go. Dark and Darker, the PvE mode. I just want to see like what the harder levels and like that progression looks like for that game. Because when we played it, I don't know, I don't want to go on a huge rant, but it was like bullshit. As far as like the other players, we would ambush people, and I'm not fucking kidding you, just beat the shit out of them, like with our weapons and stuff, and then they would just like two-shot us all the time. And I know there's like a weapon grading system and stuff, but we were just getting manhandled match after match after match, and it just is like, it just felt bad to play. We even like went down to like and limited our gear, would be like in the beginner pool, and still just getting absolutely wrecked. Could be a case of get good. Maybe I picked the wrong class. I picked like I think it was just like a fighter, or like a knight. It was knight. Did not do good. Wasn't that fun. But without the PvP, maybe it'll be good. I do think, I don't, what the hell is going on with Arc Raiders? I feel like that game had such potential, and they've kind of just floundered, unfortunately. Because I think a zombie-like enemy in Arc Raiders would be awesome. Like they have androids. Yeah, they have androids. Like you could just make berserk androids or something. Do something with the game. They just, I don't know. For how much money they made, I feel like they're just kind of sitting on their hands when it comes to adding new features and updating the game at like a good cadence. Same thing with Helldivers 2. I still am a fan of Helldivers 2, but I had a whole nother, like really what started me making content creation was Helldivers 2. Like my first channel, my other channel. And I covered the shit out of Helldivers 2. But that development studio, Arrowhead, they're horrible. They're really bad. Their idea of balance is not fun. I don't know. And then they just like, they don't, I don't know. I don't want to talk too much shit about the game because it's still a really good game. It's just for how successful it is and how it's supposed to be like this live service that, you know, is evolving. It really hasn't changed that much since launch. So like all these major features that everybody's like, ooh, we're gonna get this, we're gonna get this. It ain't coming. Here we go. Here's a story instance.
John Brackenbrook and his hunters.
John Brackenbrook.
This is great, by the way. Watch what happens to this guy. Oh, gets nailed by a bunch of arrows. Ooh, gets nailed by a bunch of arrows.
You have arrived in town.
Always thought that was fun.
We have no time to lose.
None of better. Yeah, Bethesda, dude. What have they been doing? I love how they take breaks from developing Elder Scrolls 6, but they announced it 8 years ago. What an absolute shit show. I'm glad they refocused on it because, you know, people got fired and they weren't making any money and etc. And, you know, people want Elder Scrolls. People want Fallout. Do that. It was 2022 that they showed that, and they had 2 people working on it. I mean, like it wasn't really doing any. Like they didn't have anything then. I want to play it. I want to give it a shot. I say, light. What is it going to be? Like, what kind of game is it going to be? Ned died, by the way. These are like all like characters we were interacting with. Another issue with this game is these like story moments here, like, you know, where things happen. The beginning of the game, I think it's paced really well. You get like story instances all the time, cool things happen, and as the game stretches out, you get fewer and fewer, and so like the pacing just kind of off. It's kind of like they kind of blow their load with like the quality and the storytelling in the beginning, as far as like all the bells and whistles of having like their own instances and things being scripted. The writing in this game is actually good. I don't want to like talk shit about that, but I'm just talking about story missions kind of go away.
Well met, friend. Is the crafting hall safe?
Let's move you over here, John Brackenbrook. Hexlot, where did you go? There you go. Come back out, my friend. Do some captain things.
Although the Mad Badger burns, I still.
Oh, we got 2 allies. Gosh. Hang on. Move you all somewhere. I don't know where we want to put these 2. The UI customization in this game is also pretty phenomenal. They let you move everything around. This game has good bones. I think that's a good way to put it. Great foundation, good bones. Father, it's just the updates. I knew you would survive. Maybe not in the direction that that really keeps the game healthy across the board for everybody. As far as like if you're in the middle of like level 80, 90, you know, all the middle level ranges don't really cater to them or like bring those people together, which is weird in an MMO when you don't kind of incentivize people to get together. We're massacring all this shit. There's also another great feature in this game that we are going to experience after we finish this instance. But again, one of the greatest things about this game, landscape design, the open world, second to none. I mean, maybe you could compare it to like, oh, look at him there. See, watch our character. So we're cowering here, we're locked. We can't do shit. We're stuck. Oh, Hexlot, you're standing there, defiant. They don't scare you. This is like, is this his dad? No, it's just somebody who knew. Hexlot, get out of the way. Thank you. It's a weird thing. Like they have some voice acting in these cutscenes, and then other time no. Hamdir, no, don't go with them. So they're collecting him because he's gonna eventually turn into a wraith. Captain Brackenbrook here. We knew him. Well, he's dead. So now we kill him. Coulter, God, you're dead. That's a sorry instance.
What misery is before us? My father.
We're the hero.
With the Black Wolves' attack foiled, the people of Archet have begun to rebuild. Yet not all hurts are so easily mended. The fate of the Ranger Amdir remains uncertain and may have dire consequences for Breland. But hope remains that he may yet be saved.
He won't be. He won't be saved. This game, dude. This is a great game. I wish they would almost like relaunch it and fix a lot of the issues.
Greetings.
So we get some milestones. This is kind of like your Hearthstone, and you could eventually like unlock having more. If you want to pay him a little bit, you can get more destinations, more spots to teleport to, because you can only have like one at a time if you're, you know, poor status like I am.
Might I take a moment of your time?
Got some people to go bury. I guess this dude's in charge now, but now we're out of also this map here. As far as the story event, the town got kind of like burnt down. This is how it is always going to be now. It never gets like fixed how it was in the beginning. No, like
Stay a moment.
You're fucking with me, aren't you, Venture Guy? You played WoW. You know what a Hearthstone is. Yeah, you can't. Well, it's the original like D&D fantasy.
Can I speak with you a moment?
Because I mean, there was fantasy. You know, you have Beowulf, you have the Odyssey. That's considered fantasy, right? But it's that more traditional orcs, elves, that fantasy. This is that.
What do you need?
You can collect some shit. Oh, look, a player. See, people still play this. And you can get titles, like this person has Ranger as a title. We have so much shit. Also, we have our horse. That reminds me, there's horse combat in this game. Believe it or not. When they did the Riders of Rohan expansion, it's like, okay, if we're doing Rohan, we need mounted combat. How do we want to go about this? I will show you mounted combat. I don't have it right here. Hello, Ranger. It's got a very cool aesthetic. Are they level 1? No, they're 35. Okay. Before we go to mounted combat, this game does have scaling landscape difficulty. So the base version here, this base, you know, difficulty that we've been playing through, super easy, kind of brain dead. You can scale it up to loads of tiers here. All these tiers. I think for going about it solo, I think difficulty 4 is like the sweet spot, because I think once you start to get to maybe 5 and 6 and all these, it just becomes too hard to solo or too much of a pain in the ass. Anyways, these higher difficulties, these are for like group. If you're questing or venturing with a buddy, this keeps things like difficult and enemies dangerous. So it's a really cool system as far as tailoring your gameplay experience to what you want, and you get like various like rewards for doing this. Nothing like game breaking, but you get some like emotes. I think there's a title that you can get to. Just fun, just more freedom of choice, and that's always a good thing. I like the idea. If I could get the boys together and get them on a schedule to play. Hey brothers, bring it in. We're playing Lord of the Rings online every, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. We group together, we put it on whatever difficulty is right for us, and we just play through the game. Questing and venturing around. That would be the dream. But it's kind of hard to do. It would be really fun though. Really fun to get a group together to do like the whole leveling experience at like heroic level difficulty. Yeah, okay, so it is tier 3, tier 4. That's the sweet spot for solo. I thought so. But yeah, these other tiers are more for like group content and group leveling. And man, that'd be so fun. But friends are hard. Friends are hard to get. Difficult in an MMORPG. I do have a lot of shit. Hang on. Let's take a break from our hero Delita here. And I want to show mounted combat. Get the boys together. Is it Magic the Gathering? Yeah. It's just hard to get a group together with like you all have like similar interests, because this game here, I mean, this started like my MMO journey, right? So I joined is it a guild? It's a kinship. Kinship is like your guild in this game. I joined a kinship, and I kept those people, that group, for like the longest time. And eventually, we kind of like, Lotro wasn't in the best state. I think it was around like the Rise of Isengard, and Rift came out, the MMO Rift, and we kind of like the group. Most of us kind of migrated over to Rift. We played Rift for like a month or two, and we're like, this is kind of dog shit. Came back to Lotro, and our pool shrunk and just kept getting smaller and smaller until it was like me and I'm trying to think of their names, like Bascaloin, that was his name. I like all these people that I used to talk to all the time, and I am friends with some of them still on Steam and stuff. But we eventually joined like a new guild, but you had to like try out. It was more of like a hardcore. I've got my Nazgul deck. Let's go. There's Nazguls in Magic the Gathering. I wouldn't be surprised. They have Final Fantasy characters now. But it was more of a hardcore guild because our raiding group, I didn't know we were shit at raids until you join a group that's not shit at raids. Anyways, but you had to try out. And as a captain, I was like, oh, everybody wants a captain. I buff everybody. They made me DPS, and they're like, no, we want our captains doing a lot of damage. And I'm like, I don't have gear and stuff for that. Anyways, one of the most stressful times of my life was trying out for this kinship. I did pass, by the way. I passed the DPS check, but just barely. And they love to tell me, I'm like, yeah, you were like a second off from like not making the cut. So it was stressful. But once in the kinship, we rolled over. We just destroyed every raid. I was like, holy shit, this is what it's like to be in like an efficient group. Because prior we had this guy, his name was Shoal. I'll never forget Shoal. I hope he's still around. I hope he's fine. Dude would come into raid nights and he would be drunk as a skunk off of White Russians, which is like a cream vodka, right? I've never had a White Russian. It sounds disgusting. And he would just make White Russians, get drunk. He was also a hunter. And so, whenever we're going into a room, somebody's explaining mechanics, and we're all just sitting there, right? You'd see Shoal, his character, just whip out his bow and then shoot the target that we were talking about, and it would start the instance. And it'd be like, son of a bitch, Shoal. He's like, that's my bad, guys. I didn't mean to press that button. But he did it all the time. We'll never forget Shoal. The point is, it all started in Lord of the Rings here, and eventually we all moved to, and then, again, another lull period for Lotro, and Guild Wars 2 came out. Or no, Star Wars The Old Republic. Chopped away at the kinship again. Some of us went to Star Wars The Old Republic. When we came back to Lotro, the group just kept getting smaller and smaller, and eventually it just kind of dissipated. We tried out Final Fantasy XIV, and that's when I am with my guild that I have now. It's kind of how that all evolved into, and all the people that I was originally with in Lotro scattered to the wind. Still on Steam. But it all started here, man. It all started here. I gotta bury some dead. Actually, no. Let's do mounted combat, because this was one of the expansions I came back to, and like everybody was gone. And it was very sad. Let's go for our captain here. See, like I'm all over the place. I got a 142 is my highest level character, and then a 123 is my captain. I tried to keep my hunter and captain both like up to speed with leveling, but it's just, again, leveling takes so long. And when you like are going through like the same zones over and over and over again, it's just, it's mundane at some point. The part about Isengard, what about Isengard? Did I lose frames? No. What about Isengard? Rise of Isengard? The new Republic game is confirmed. Oh yeah, they're still working on that. Thank God. Or the remake also of Knights of the Old Republic. Yes. With Revan. That's still going apparently. Anyways, here's my captain. He looks like a badass. Got a lot of cool outfits. This is not cool. This here, my armor that I have on. Also, Ranger of Ithilien? I think Ithilien. This is like northern Gondor. No, not northern Gondor. Let's go to the map. This is like one of my favorite lore groups. This is the rangers that they're not. Okay, southern. Oh yeah, no, there's southern. There's northern Ithilien, and then there's southern Ithilien. This is where Faramir he operates, and he's in charge of the rangers there. But they're not Dunedains. Dunedains. I don't know how you pronounce them. I hear it all the time. They just live as like normal men. So they live like to like 80, but they still are like rangers. Anyways, you get to join their faction and quest with them, and that's like one of my favorite lore groups. So that's why I have the title. What kind of outfits do I have here? I got a ranger outfit. Got a couple of ranger outfits. Oh, this is a cool one. We'll just keep what we got going on. Looking very captain. The remake is in pre-production. It's honestly why I bought the Series X. Yeah, as I say, it's gonna be for a while. They are taking the hobbits to Isengard. They do take the hobbits to Isengard. You go to one of the coolest moments in the game is the main story has you get captured and you're a prisoner in Isengard for like 2 levels. And you have to go through the place, you're cleaning up messes, and you're a prisoner. You're a slave there, doing slave work. And eventually you got to break yourself out. But yeah, you're kind of like stuck there. It's a very, very ballsy decision in an MMO to like lock you down and be like, yeah, you're stuck here until you quest your way out. I don't know how well that went over. Where is my mount? Let's go to our war steed. Because you have your standard mounts here, which let me get on my horse. And yeah, it's the normal, I would say, like MMO mount feel. It's okay. Just very classic. Kind of floaty if you ask me, actually. But we have war steeds, which are, look at this is all, by the way, this is all your different heralds. So I have an archer one. I named him Billy. Oh, and he has a sword and a bow. Okay. I thought I had a chick. But he'll do. Oh, you know what? I think that's a different ability name. Yeah, that's how it works. Here we go. So, Call to Arms, Archer, and then Elvish Longbow Maiden. So this is an elf chick that'll follow you around. These just aesthetically are different looking. They're just different NPCs, but they're all the archer, so they all have the same skill. Very cool. All right, back to my mounts. I keep getting distracted. I can literally talk about this game all the time. Here's my war steed. So your war steed here controls like it's on ice. It rubber bands all over the place. So it's got like a momentum system. And I'm kind of drifting with it. It doesn't control well. And when the game, when the game launched that expansion, the servers were still shit. So you'd be rubber banding all over the place. And even with the servers better, this is horrible to control. It feels like ass. And all of your abilities, they're kind of like long range abilities. It's just not good. It wasn't a good experience. I'm glad they tried it, but they tried to stick with this system, this mounted system, for way too fucking long. They should have made it like a little mini game, but they made it like a full feature. So many things in Riders of Rohan were like based around mounted combat. And mounted combat was really powerful because then they made the enemies that way as well. So being on foot really wasn't a viable thing. And they're also highly mobile, so they'd run away from you. It was a whole thing. So you were kind of forced to do it, even though it felt horrible to play. And it's still the same way. I'm pretty sure if you go through that expansion, you have to do mounted combat. It's like me turning here. Technically, these mounts are faster than the ones I showed first, but they control like ass. So even though this is faster, I'm still just like, I'll just use my regular mount. I'll enjoy the scenery. Do you fight Warg Riders? Yes. Yes, you do. Is there any magic rings in this game? You do get rings. Technically, they're magic, I guess. Because Lord of the Rings is like magic light, you know? Like Gandalf uses magic, but it's like very sparingly. Obviously, in the gamified version here, you have lore masters who do like call down like lightning and shit. But a lot of it is very grounded. Also, the game engine, it's not meant to handle you kind of like going at this speed. Because like things are popping in and out. And it's not made for it. Or at least this map wasn't. I think maybe it handles better in the other ones. Let's see if I can quickly travel to... Hang on. Let's turn this baby around. Venture Guide, this is during the Third Age. This is during the One Ring and Frodo and them coming and destroying it. But like right now in the timeline right now is after all that. Aragorn is king of Gondor. He is restoring the what was it called when Gondor and Angmar kind of controlled everything? What was that kingdom called? Anyways, he's restoring that old kingdom. But we as the players are in Umbar right now, doing Umbar things, which I don't know what the fuck's going on in Umbar. This one I jumped off. There's like some things, no, like our characters, they're not canon, no. No, none of this is like canon. Instead, it's like its own spin on things, where we follow the canon in the lore, but there's also like liberties taken, so like you can fight, we get to fight a Balrog, we get to fight the Watcher and like Nazguls and all that stuff. Whereas obviously that doesn't happen in the story. Let's go back. Let's see if we can find some combat to fight. Yeah, Gandalf's race, what are they called again? My Lord of the Rings lore, again, it's not the greatest. I just have the things I like the Rangers, Gondor, the Númenóreans. I'd like to go to Númenor. Obviously, it's destroyed. I know that. But I think it'd be cool if they just do some kind of hand wavy shit to go back to the island. That'd be awesome. Get to see like a glimpse of it. I don't know what the writing reason would be. They can make up whatever they want. Where do we want to go? Where do we want to go? Ooh. Tips. Thank you for the sub on the YouTube side. I appreciate it. They might be actually just watching one of my videos. I don't know if they're actually in the chat, but if they are, thank you. Well, I mean, Balrog's it's in the Lord of the Rings. It's in the Fellowship. It's just, you know, chilling. That's how they have like Balrogs in this game. So like if it's in the movies, if it's in the book, it's in this game here, right? And like the reason and how and the whys of we go to fight these things and defeat them. I think that defeating them is the part's like, would that really happen? You know, it's just so you can experience all those things without being the main characters. How do I get to... This is like, also, the other thing is, with the traveling here, you always travel by horse. There's no flying mounts. Now there are... I think there's a section of the game where you can ride eagles. Like, you don't control them. They're just like a flight path. But it's not for everything. Everything else is just horse. You go by horse. Let's go to Southbury. I think that has better waypoints. The Balrog in Moria was supposedly the last... Yeah, we don't... So when you fight a Balrog... Well, actually, no. There's actually 2 Balrogs in this game, I think. There's one in Angmar that is kind of being held captive. It's like in chains and shit, and it breaks out. And that's like how the first... or the base game ended. That was like the last... In the rift over here, there's a Balrog that you fight at the end. But then the actual Balrog in Moria... It's almost like they do like a retelling of it. It's not like your actual character's going there. You're like almost like playing through what Gandalf experienced. And like that's how they justify that raid.
What do you need?
But in the story, our characters, in this story too, by the way, we did not slay that Balrog, Gandalf did. We just do like a retelling so the players can, again, experience it. And we get that cool moment. Because, you know, in the game, you're going to want to fight a Balrog, right? Where is a good... Let's see if I can find... Gosh, I do not even have... Oh, Helm's Deep. Let's go to fucking Helm's Deep. We'll go to Minas Tirith as well. One thing is that hunters, they get like... They get a bunch of... Instead of using those travel beacons, those waypoints that you have to bind yourself to, they have like tracking guides. It kind of works like... portals in WoW where they can just instantly teleport to places, and the lore behind it is you know, because they are familiar with the land, and they just like know the best routes. So like that's how they can like instantly teleport. It's kind of cool. But here's Helm's Deep. Pretty accurate, especially to like the movie. And obviously they had designs to go off of. But yeah, you can explore this whole place. There's just not a lot of reason to. Because they did it, the Helm's Deep fight, how it was in the book, where it wasn't just everybody up on the wall and then they, you know, came down here. No, it like the battle like started over here and like they slowly, you know, worked back to the keep. And you go through the entire fight. Is it compelling? No. This is when they added a system. It was called Epic Battles. And they were not epic. And they weren't very good. It's eventually like you just sitting there waiting for like 5 enemies to spawn. They'd come in, you'd kill them, you'd wait, you'd come in, you'd kill them, you wait. It wasn't very good. And in the background they had a bunch of like 2D, you know, cutouts of like the Uruk-hai. Just like, you know, because there's like, you know, 20,000 of them or however many, like in the background to give the illusion of a giant army. They tried. Hey look, Gimli's here. I didn't know Gimli was here. Why are you here, Gimli? Maybe that's where I am in the story. I have no idea. That's the other thing. Really appreciate in like Final Fantasy XIV how in the right hand corner, or the top left, sorry, they have the MSQ letting you know, hey, focus on the MSQ. Here's where you're at. Click this button. It'll tell you where to go. In Lotro here, you don't have to follow the book quest. You can literally like start half. You can start through one, go through half of it, abandon it, and whenever the next piece of content comes out, you can just pick up there. You don't have to stick with the book quest. Problem is, if you ever do abandon the book quest, figuring out like where you fell off the train and maybe you like want to like, you know, complete it all, very difficult to find like, you know, pieces of the story that you left off on. So I think that's it's a good thing that you can, you know, pick up the latest story without any like hassle. But the way it's organized, I think, is an issue. There's an Uruk-hai. Let's get on our mount. You can kind of see what mounted combat's like and why they don't do it no more. Can we go to, was it Erebor? Yeah. What is that, north? Yeah, right there. We can go to, I think, where's the zoom in for this? Here it is. So yeah, we got Dale, you got Lake Town. You can go to, and you can go inside here. They did a whole expansion with the dwarves, and it's pretty good actually. Pretty cool. You got the Iron Hills as well. And all of this is explorable. You can go to all of this. So like, that's what I'm saying, like even from like almost like a historical point of view, you would always keep Lord of the Rings going because it literally is a visual or a video game representation of Middle Earth as far as like to scale. But mounted combat here. First off, I'm slipping and sliding around, and then you just kind of like shout at things from a distance. It's not good. And then they're coming after me, and like these are my melees, and they're very far away. You do a lot of damage, and that's great. It's just mounted combat is not fun. It's not good. Not good. Not good at all. Yes, Venture Guy. There is, they dive in, they have all those factions as well. So we have like half orcs. And I think they have the different breeds of Uruk-hai as well. They do a pretty good job with the different factions. Like literally it's like the same like skeleton frame as far as the models. But again, they paint them up differently. But you'll realize like, oh, I've fought this enemy before. So it's like they use like the same animations. Ooh, the music's picking up. I don't know why. Just kind of go around the landscape here. But I mean, the map is huge. And this is everywhere, by the way. This is like the scale of the entire game. This is what I'm talking about as far as... Hey, why is everything popping in so much? That's kind of bugging me. Let's quickly look at the distance setting. Everything's on super high. It's almost like this game has too much for its own good as far as what they're trying to pull off to scale. I think we can go to Mount Doom and then jump in the volcano. We might be able to do that. No, I don't think we can. Can we do it on this character? I'm trying to remember the levels. You've only read the Hobbits? Oh, you gotta finish the trilogy. We talked about it before, but what really threw me off when I actually, like, because I watched the movies first, right? I think a lot of people did. I was like, okay, I'll read the books. I read the first book, and I'm like, Boromir, did I miss Boromir dying? Because in, obviously, the Fellowship, it basically ends with Boromir dying. And I'm like, what the fuck? And I literally, like, stopped, and, like, I went back to the book, and I was just skimming through. I'm like, did I just skip over a chapter? It's like, no, Boromir dies in the beginning of, The Two Towers, the book. Yeah, The Hobbit's a little more lighthearted, right? Even Lord of the Rings, like the actual books, they were like more... They have a more like whimsical nature about them. Like Aragorn's not like a brooding ranger, essentially. In the books, he's just like kind of just like a normal dude. He's like, okay, time to take back my my crown, I suppose. It's time. It's time for me to return. I've seen clips of the original, the animated show that they did. Those always look really, really bad. Hang on a second. Let me fill up my tea. My throat. But you know, had to show up basically how bad mounted combat is, because not many I feel like mounted combat's just like hard, right? I mean, what game has mounted combat, right? Like, what game does mounted combat well? I think something like I'm trying to think. Hang on. Because I was gonna name like an RTS game, but it's like it's an RTS. They can obviously. I'm talking about like mounted combat where you're the one in charge of your horse. Grand Theft Auto, technically mounted combat. Red Dead 2. I was I don't know what's been going on with me. I don't know if the Grand Theft Auto like buzz is like wearing me down as far as like I'm not interested in GTA 6, but I have gone back and I have played the PS2 version of Grand Theft Auto 3. I beat it. I enjoyed the hell out of it. And now I'm working through Vice City. I'm going to go to San Andreas again. I'm like, where? Because usually I'm just like, these games are okay. But now I'm really enjoying them. I'm like, shit. Am I going to play GTA 6 when it comes out? Also, that was some fun lag. Hello, Delita. Looking good, brother. There's my hunter, by the way. He looks great. Also, in the background, Minas Tirith. You can go there. Again, every floor. Elden Ring. I guess, yeah, Elden Ring has some really good mounted combat. I've never played Ghost of Tsushima. Tsushima. I can't say that word. But yeah, I guess Elden Ring would be a good one, maybe the best. It's just like medieval mounted combat it's tough, right? I might like it. I've seen things on. It's not like I don't know what Ghost is like about. Oh, there we go. Deeds. Yes, yes, yes. So this game has like where you use certain abilities, and it used to give you a trait. So if we use like our battle shout so many times, we would then get a trait. Where's our menu real quick? Here, this one. Nope, these are, so you do get traits for your race. So humans, they get some really cool things, like they are tactics and might bonus. Let's see here. What else? They get uppercut. This is a horrible skill. It literally just lets you punch somebody and it can stun them or daze them. It's not very good. But man sword bonus. So we get a bonus to one-handed and two-handed swords as a weapon. You get this even if you're like a hunter and you use a bow. So technically, like, man is not the best. They're not the best hunters. We get a little bit of will. Anyways, I like this flavor is what I'm trying to get to here. Is the fact that each race does have like their own unique traits that you can slot in. But additionally, you have these virtues. And this is when it starts getting into an issue with being a subscriber or a free-to-play player. Because you level these virtues up and they give you like these good stat bonuses. But the way you level them up is by like doing deeds. And deeds are like very grindy stuff. Like kill 100 of this enemy. And then it'll give you like the second one, the second version. It's like kill 200 of this enemy. It's wild. Very grindy. I have a lot of unspent points. Hang on. Attack faster. We'll do a little bit of both. And now we get our second tier. We also get marks. So like Hunter's Mark. We want to like use D&D terms. We kind of get that here. This is another thing that captains can do. You put a mark on it and anybody who hits that target, 3% more damage. There's also, we have like other marks like this one. Will heal you when you hit that target, and this goes for everybody in your party. And then what does this one do? It's supposed to do like one of these used to have like a ticking damage, so it would make them like bleed essentially. That one was really good. Captain's awesome. Monster Hunter Wilds has mounted combat. That's true. That's true. Jousting, joust. Okay, okay. So there are some games that have attempted mounted combat. If I was a developer and somebody's like, "What about mounted combat?" I'd be like, "Nope. Let's not even do that." It's not. It's two things as a developer I would avoid like the plague: mounted combat and underwater content. Fuck those two things. Especially the underwater stuff. Like it was like a few weeks ago, I was playing the new or the latest in the Tomb Raider series, so Shadow of the Tomb Raider. There are so many water sections in that game. I'm just like, what the fuck is going on here? Stop putting me in water. I don't want to swim. They overdo it. It's an okay game overall, but water sections, man. Fuck that. This coconut water's good. What are you guys talking about? What story is like 16 hours? Monster Hunter? Well, there's a big... If you're talking about Monster Hunter... That you can blast through... Oh, Ghost. Okay. I was gonna say... Ain't nobody playing, Monster Hunter for the story. That story sucked. Blitzball. I forgot Final Fantasy X had like swimming sections. Blitzball, I think gets a pass because, you know, it's like kind of like more like an arcade turn-based game. I'm just trying to think of all the underwater sections I hate. There's a lot of them. How many more disease boars do we have to kill over here? But also, again, Lord of the Rings Online, this is free to play and try out. And everything we've done here is all included. I don't know when they cut you off as far as a free-to-play player. As far as like the story and like the zones. Because they literally do. This is another annoying thing that Lotro started doing. They would release... basically release zones with all their quests in them, and they wouldn't be a part of like an expansion. They'd be like, oh, we're gonna release the Westfold here. And so, well, maybe not the Westfold, that's not a good one. The Gap of Rohan, I think this was one of the quest packs, maybe not. Anyways, for the example I'm using, they would sell you like this region in this zone to level in with quest. And so it was like very like piecemealy. It's like really, the monetization was crazy in this game at some point, and I think that's another big turnoff is how it's like chopped up, or used to be. My thing with like the mounted combat, maybe something like Chivalry, it's really cool, but like I feel like it's hard to get mounted combat right because mounted combat is like OP. Like running over people, hitting them in motion, like they're dead. They're dead. And then, you know, the speed too. It's like how do you balance around that? Like what kind of like mechanics can you do with it? Elden Ring does a good job because they have big enemies and stuff that can chase you down or knock you off, etc. But it's also still really powerful and feels good to play because the mount is so responsive. But if you do something like Chivalry... Oh, I guess, did any of you guys play Battlefield 1? Because you could be on a mounted cavalier and just run through and just, like, chop people. That was OP as fuck. That was actually really fun. That's a good example of mounted combat that worked. Especially, like, in a first-person shooter. You wouldn't think that somebody on a mount with a sword... would work, but it does. It did, I should say. I would love to play Battlefield 6 because at launch, Battlefield 6 was awesome, right? I bought it, I played it. I'm saying like it was awesome. My issue came in when I was 100 hours into the game. I only had one weapon that was like in the prestige state. It drove me wild how grindy they made leveling up weapons in that game. The fact that I sunk 100 hours in, I was focusing on weapons, and again, I only got one weapon leveled up. I was like, this is crazy, but you know what they did have? It's like all those little bonus XP modifiers, the things that you could pop to increase your weapon XP. I hate that game design. I hate modern gaming for that, because back in my day, in like Call of Duty Modern Warfare, you needed what, like 75 to 100 kills, which sounds like a lot, but it's not. To unlock everything with the gun, and then you got like the paint schemes if you did like 150 kills. That was great. That gave you incentive to basically unlock and kind of master every weapon. This modern bullshit, I'm not touching half the guns because it takes over 100 hours to level up one of them. Hate that shit. I don't think they've ever addressed it in Battlefield 6, and they got my money. I had my time with it, but good day, sir. Good day. Kronos. Good morning. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. How was your weekend? Good weekend? Good gaming? How is DC Online these days? Dude, I always forget there is DC Online. What was the other one? Champions? Like, there's like another superhero MMO. I think it got closed down though. Hex, I did play Bad Company. Bad Company was amazing. The sound design, the destructibility of everything. It's probably like one of the only shooters where I fondly remember like absolutely like slaying out with like cracked numbers. I'm talking about like 75 kills and 0 deaths, because they had like the hardcore mode where snipers were one-shots, right? You didn't need to hit them in the head. And there was one map where I just had the perfect spot. For whatever reason, nobody ever got me, and I was just, it was like shooting fish in the barrel all day. It was amazing. I love Bad Company too. I still every now and then go back and play it, because it's still going on PC. The console versions got shut down, which I don't understand that shit. I mean, I get it, but also I wish I could just boot up my PS3 and play Bad Company 2 again on the servers, but nope. It's not meant to be anymore. Because with Bad Company 2, at the time, PlayStation had MAG, which was like a big ass FPS. It was like 50 versus 50. It was crazy. And I played that. I'm like, oh man, that sounds sweet to have that many players on screen. But then I played it. I was like, this doesn't feel fun to play. Traded that shit in, full refund. Got Bad Company 2. Amazing. You finally on vacation, Kronos? Sweet. Now you're playing Digimon Storytime? My wife's friend's playing that. Not a huge Digimon person myself, but I can appreciate the franchise. I used to watch the animation for it, the cartoon. What is this thing? Can I just throw this away? Destroy. Can only have one of those at a time. What is that? Oh, it's just a quest item. Okay. I don't know, dude. This is what annoys me about me. I have to live with myself, but I don't know what happened to my Bad Company 2 disc. I don't know why I have the map of Guild Wars 2. I have the North. I have just the map. Where's the box? Where's the game box? Where are the CDs for it? I don't know, but I have the map. It's like, what am I doing? Or I have I don't know if it's over there. I do. My stupid collection. My blaster, by the way, everybody, for my my Mandalorian. Dude, this is coming out for Zero Company when that comes out next month. We'll be going all the way with that game. That's gonna be so much fun. I'm really excited for that. But it's like, why do I have Final Fantasy Tactics on the PSP and the disc is gone? I don't have the disc. I got everything else. I got the guide here. Where did the disc go? I have not done the best job at preserving my physical media. I feel like I got to points where I was like, I don't need this shit. There's bigger and better games coming out. Well, I gotta tell you, those bigger and better games really haven't come. Well, that's not true, but the old stuff is still just as good. Okay, I'm glad it's not just me. And what's also really sad, maybe Venture Guide, this will make you depressed, but it's like, what's gonna happen when they shut down Destiny 2, or if they ever do? It's like, I got the physical disc here. It's like, I'm just gonna be able to pop these in one day and they're just not gonna work. Like, there's gonna be no point to them, right? If they ever shut down the servers. It's just like, that's depressing, you know? By the way, PlayStation 3 Destiny still rocks. Stuck in the, or frozen in time in the Taken King era. Ooh, It's a good time in Destiny. It's a little jank actually. Not a little jank. It doesn't play all too well. It plays okay. It's just the graphics are very muddy. But people still play it. Just weird gaming stuff. We're going to be doing Dragon Age soon, by the way. I'm debating if we do the PS3 version, because I went and got all this, like the splitter and all this stuff so we could do it. But then I ended up getting Dragon Age on Good Old Games, and it works fine. No crashes. So I'm like, huh. Well, shit. It's really just the moral of the story when it comes to this stream. It's just like a lot of like, huh. Well, shit. Same with our Baldur's Gate 3 playthrough. Yeah, I'm tempted to go to, like every now and then I'll go to like a used game shop, but like to maybe go more frequently to flesh out my physical media. Yep, I got I got Awakening on both, but yeah, this is like the Ultimate Edition. I don't know how well you can see it, but it's both of them. I'm not the biggest fan of Awakening. I'll be honest. Every time I start up Awakening, like the OG story, right? The base story, it ends on such a high. You're like, yeah, that was fucking awesome. You're like, let's continue the journey. What was that sound? But then as soon as I start it up and I start playing Awakening, you know, it's all your characters and stuff. I'm like, I just don't feel like it. I don't know. I just like, it's just like the sail in my wind just completely falls flat whenever I start up Awakening. We got a lot of quests to turn in. But that first Archer, so we've already been through here, but now this is like the post Blackwold attack. Now this is part of like the main MMO where we can leave and we can go anywhere we want. Like I finished Awakening. It's like we talk about like slow burns. That was definitely a slow burn for me where I had to pick it up, put it down, pick it up, put it down until like it finally like clicked and I got back in the mood and I enjoyed it. But I almost like remember nothing about like builds, where things are in Dragon Age Origins. So that's why I'm kind of excited to play it because I'm like, will it come back to me? Like I remember the story, like the major beats. I know I love it. But it's like all the little choices I'm excited to like revisit. So Hexalot, you need to go over here. So we can see all our buffs. There you go. There you go, bud. Yeah, the Architect, that was a good one. That was a good part. You do remember some of the complicated bits. Doesn't this is what I'm talking about. Doesn't Dragon Age Origins, isn't there's a ranger class, right? Like it's one of the rogue classes? And I'm like, I don't remember ever playing ranger. Shocker, actually. I actually really like how Templar and I think it's Champion. That's usually like my go-to in Origins. Oh yeah, we're leveling up. Hell yeah. Okay, so there's a ranger. Got it. I love in Origins how if I pick warrior, I can still use a bow. But if I don't want to use a bow, I can use two weapons, or I can use, you know, a two-handed weapon, or I can go sword and board. I have all these different options. And I feel like later on in the series, they like limit you. They're like, no, you pick the bow class, you can only use a bow. Or, oh, you pick the dagger class, you can only use a dagger. I hate that shit. I don't like it in Final Fantasy XIV with the job system, but at least in that game you can freely switch through the jobs. But yeah, I like the weapon freedom. Because I feel like it's more realistic, more believable. Because it's like, if you're going out in a dangerous world, and there's monsters and whatever, you're not just going to take one weapon that you think is going to solve all your issues. You would take like maybe some small daggers for if, you know, your hands get over encumbered. You would have like maybe a two-handed sword, but you'd bring a bow or maybe some hatchets you can throw. Like you would bring shit. You wouldn't be like, I am just the master of this hammer and this is what I should use. all the time. This hammer is my life, and I have mastered it. I shall not look at another weapon like I look at my hammer. Actually, hammer sounds pretty good. You could like throw it, come back to you. Not a great example. Well, the point is, like, you can do those things. Are they the best? Debatable. Yeah, Origins was the best. It's Dragon Age is such a sad series. Yeah, Origins is one that like it lets you get that freedom.
How can I be of service?
I saw some video talking about how just like depressing it is to be like a Dragon Age fan, because like nobody's speculating about the story anymore. Like nobody cares about, you know, the potential of a next entry. Like all the excitement around Dragon Age has like evaporated. Like the community is just like gone. Sev, morning. Welcome to the party, pal. This was gonna be a short stream, but I'm not gonna lie, guys. I like just chilling and playing this game and hanging out with you all. So we're gonna keep rocking and rolling. They did kill it with Veilguard. Might not be a bad idea to play Veilguard, and we should just talk shit about it the entire time. Maybe go through the series. I figure we do whatchamacallit. When we play Origins, we'll do kind of what we're gonna do with Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous. We'll see how the game goes. Not gonna commit to a full playthrough, but if we have a great time with it, we will then turn it into a full playthrough. Because I feel like you know, if we did Dragon Age, might then have to commit to playing 2, then Inquisition, and then Veilguard. You like the character creator from Veilguard? I didn't like the art style for Veilguard. It just looked weird, almost like too clean. I don't know. They like plasticky, rubbery. I think their faces looked. I don't know. I mean, look at Origins. Origins is gritty. It's dirty. Everybody's got like yellow teeth, dirt on their faces. Like you're a Ferelden. I love our weapon choices here. We can have a knife as a captain. Is it one of our greatest weapons? No. We also have a great axe. Ooh. There's some good hair. There's no good hairstyles in that game. I hated it. There's no really good hairstyles in Origins. They all kind of look bad. That's like the charm of Origins. I wouldn't mod it, is what I'm trying to say.
Will you give me a moment of your time, friend?
I'll work on it, friend. Deed bestowed. Yeah. Just like deeds are kind of like almost like map completion too, if you think of like Elder Scrolls Online or Guild Wars 2, where there are landmarks that you could go visit, and they're like these flags here, and if you visit all of them and discover them, you then get those like virtue points. It's like those are kind of like the things you do out in the open world. You do your deeds, you do the quest, but it's all like very classic, so grindy, very grindy. We should probably bump up our difficulty. Let's try Fearless 1.
Could I speak with you a moment?
Okay.
Greetings.
We are now landscaped. Jump to 4 difficulty. 4 difficulty. Fearless. Excellent. You ready, Sir Hexalot? I know you are. We also get a horn, by the way, like a buff to go faster. Haha. Oh man, some of the other classes get horns too, but they do different things. Like the champion, it gets a horn that kind of like Boromir. when he uses it, kind of like that fantasy, uses his horn and it stuns everybody around them. Really, really cool. Captains, on the other hand, we get this routing shout. So when we defeat an enemy, we've been using our healing skill here, rally, but instead we could use routing cry instead, and it's we just yell and we hurt everybody around us, and we can eventually get this to also stun enemies. Captains are fun. Love Captain. Very goofy class. Ugh, this is a crafting quest. You could tell by the anvil there. I don't do crafting. Good morning, Lana. No, we're not hoarding any rings. I don't even think we have any. Actually, I lied. That one's ours. Sev, you got spoiled on Dragon Age Origins in the ending and you just never touched again? Ah, that sucks. You should do yourself a favor, though. Get back in there. It's worth it.
How can I be of service? Would you do something for me?
I always say, if a story is like relying on like being spoiler free to be good, and then it's kind of like ruined if it's spoiled, probably not like a great story then. You know what I mean? Like, even like great stories, you watch them, they capture you, you've seen it before, but like you still have in the back of your mind, like, ooh, is this thing really gonna happen? Like, I get that feeling when I rewatch like season 1 of Game of Thrones with like Ned. Like, we all know what happens to Ned, and I'm going like, maybe this time it'll be different. Like, that's the power of a really well written story, is to make you believe, and it re-enchants you in the story, like in the moment. So you're like, I think he can get out of this. There's no way they're gonna, what's gonna happen to Ned is gonna happen. And of course then it does happen, and you're like, damn it, not again. Same thing with like Boromir in Lord of the Rings. When he's sitting there fighting, I'm like, he can do it. He's gonna make it. And he doesn't make it. Same thing in like tactics as well. Like some of those story bits, I'm like, maybe it'll be different this time. But yes, it does suck being spoiled. So as far as like spoiler, oh my god, I forgot we turned up the difficulty. I've lost half my health, but look, I do a little bit of healing afterwards. Yeah, captains are so cool. If any MMO can somehow recreate how the OG version of this captain played, this class fantasy, I would be all over that shit. We should put our mark on the target. That's kind of like our gameplay loop. We put on our telling mark, which is like Hunter's mark. And we start yelling at them. And we start beating the shit out of them. Gonna get ya. Also spiders. So before we were like 1 and 2 shotting enemies, now we gotta be careful about how many enemies we pull. Oh, Kronos. I think you were talking. Last time we were talking about Resident Evil 4 and Ada's grapple, especially in separate ways. Going back and doing mercenaries with her. I think she has my. So Wesker, I have like the highest points on because Wesker's OP as hell and is really fun to play. But Ada is like my second highest scoring character because of the grapple mechanic. Holy shit, are we gonna die? Not like this. This fucking spiders, man. But yeah, Ada's grapple, it's just like so fluid. You pop somebody, it's from a distance, you grapple, you go kick them. Oh god, it's like a nuke. Okay, guys, I actually have to pay attention. This is not good. Eye of Sauron is on us. Yeah, so this is... Did they add the spawning Nazguls to this? What I'm talking about is, if you just go on like a killing spree, eventually it'll be like, oh, here's a Nazgul to fight. And it's like an epic 1v1 where they're probably going to whoop my ass. I don't think it's in this version. Could be wrong. Woo! We're gonna get out of the danger square. I know what that means. Jill, which default book? Like the classic, the red dress, or the more remake? What does it really have in the? It's almost like a sweater dress in the remake. It's like a tactical sweater dress. I like both her looks. I need to go back and play 6. Yeah, I agree. I like both of them. I was surprised on how, like how well I did with like her like grapple, like her style and her weaponry. Because usually I'm a hunk guy, right? I like popping somebody in the head, going up behind him and doing the old neck trick. And then Leon plays kind of like a bruiser, where he just gets in there. He's like back kicking people and spin kicking and suplexing and all that stuff. He has like a shotgun. Oh, that's fine. But Ada's like more precision and tactical in that way. Mercenaries playthrough win. I've tried playing I would love to boot up Mercenaries, show you all what I got, because some of those fights or maps, I get my absolute like ass kicked. Like replay them over and over again. Yeah, die spiders. My issue with go back and play Resident Evil 6. I don't think so. Oh, I never said that. No, thank you. I feel like I do need to go back and play 6. Like really play 6. But they had that weird like skill point system. That's a huge grind because they wanted to make it like a game you just play over and over again. I don't know. They fucked up 6 so hard. But what makes me kind of sad is Resident Evil 5, like all the versions you get of Resident Evil 5, the Mercenaries mode, it comes like all unlocked already. And one of the best parts about Mercenaries mode is going through them with just like Jill or Sheva and then unlocking the characters, like that progression. And again, they just kind of like took it away in all the Resident Evil 5 ways you can buy it now. Like they all are like the gold edition. I'm like, damn, I wanted to, you know, I wanted to unlock everything with my boy. Keeping an eye on my health here. Oh, get out of the circle. Square. Danger square. No, Lana, I can't wait either. Like, I'm happy we're getting Code Veronica. I'm glad Hunk is there in the beginning. What the fuck? I was out of the circle. Also, if you want to use some mithril coins, you can revive. Actually, I think we get this for free now. But eventually this goes on cooldown, and if you want to use it, you gotta pay your mithril coins. And what are mithril coins? They're just another premium currency. This game sometimes. I don't mind the walk. We're just in Archit here. I got my ass kicked. I was fuck. Yeah, we haven't seen Chris in the, well, I guess we saw him in 8 and 7, but I was gonna say in like the remake era, we haven't seen Chris. So I'm wondering what his model will look like. We don't talk about Resident Evil 7 Chris. That's not Chris. That's somebody else. The doppelganger. Lana, there's a lot of pay for convenience in this game. I don't know how much pay to win there is anymore, but there used to be. And it probably still is. I'm kind of afraid to open up the shop. That's one of the bad parts about this game. I won't shy away from it. I love this game to death, but it's got its flaws. It's very charming, very old school, very classic. You kind of got to put a blinder on to a lot of the bullshit they try to get away with. And I can see from like an outsider's point of view, you'd be like, yeah, fuck this shit. Yeah, I like his look in 8. I'm wondering what to do with like a younger version of because Code Veronica literally happens right after Resident Evil 2 when Claire. There's the latency in the servers. This is why they have to restart them every week for 4 hours. That's actually true. They're gonna do server maintenance tomorrow. We're probably playing at like the most unstable time for the servers. But yeah, Code Veronica happens like literally right after Resident Evil 2. So it's gonna be a young Chris, and we haven't seen young Chris since Resident Evil 1 remake, the GameCube one. So that'll be interesting. Yeah, 3 months. That's right after. Considering the year jumps that the other named or the other numbered entries go through, which are like years. What are we getting over here? Why are we killing these spiders? Oh, we gotta go into the cave. Oh no, that cave is diabolical. Yeah, we will probably play Code Veronica on stream. Cause literally I don't have my Herald out. Hex, get back here. Playing through a new Resident Evil game for the first time is such a joy of going through kind of like their puzzle level design and remembering things and, you know, not knowing like what danger is around the corner. It's like magical. It's what's so great about Resident Evil. And then I love the evolution of it as far as like when you do other playthroughs, you're like, okay, I know it's coming around this corner. I know what I need. And turns into more like an action feel then, which is awesome. Just love Resident Evil. No, I don't think there's going to be any co-op in Code Veronica. I think they'll do dual wielding. That'll be cool. They'll bring that back because we haven't had dual wielding in Resident Evil since what, 6? Because in 6, Leon can pull out 2 pistols. 6 had some cool ideas, but it is just fucking over the top. I gotta pee real quick. La 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 la. La 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 la. I liked Ada's campaign in 6 as well. When you go to like the submarine, got the whatchamacallit? Crossbow. She uses a crossbow. That's a fun section. Gosh, this maybe let's move this difficulty down a degree. Just one. Because we're not 100% locked in focused wise. We're gonna die again if we keep going back in there. Our hero can't take the heat. I kind of refuse to play Resident Evil 0. 1, I don't like Rebecca as a main character, and 2, I've just never heard great things about 0. Okay, Fearless just 1.
Would you do something for me?
Actually, you know what? I want to go down to 2. I want to see how that feels. So, daring. Ooh.
Might I take a moment of your time?
Yes.
Greetings.
There we go. Now we're set. Or do we lose that mechanic of, like, the Eye of Sauron on us on this difficulty? I don't know. We'll find out. A lot of cool things with this landscaping difficulty. Oh yeah, that's something about Zero. No stash. You had to put your items on the ground or something, and then swap characters and stuff. Yeah, it's just like, no, I don't want to do that. Yeah, there's no stash. It's like, what the fuck? Get 'em, boys! Is Lana, are you saying the leak is Zero gonna be next and not 5? Because the thing is, I feel like they would have to do. I feel like they'd have to do 1 again, right? Because why would you remake 0? I guess because 0 is technically first. Ugh, they need to do 5. They just go in order. I like how they started with 2. But my thing is, literally 5 is, I think it's the top selling Resident Evil game. It's like, Capcom, don't you want money? Remake 5. Not many, maybe they look at Resident Evil 0 as like, we need to redeem this numbered entry. Because not a lot of people enjoyed that one. I mean, if they remake 0, I'd play it. I'm just not gonna play the current iteration. I mean, I'll tell you what, Resident Evil 1 remake that they have now scares the crap out of me. Like Resident Evil 2 and the 2 remake, it's like a fun being scared. And eventually you get over it and like you feel powerful. In Resident Evil 1 remake, I feel helpless the entire time and scared the entire time. And I'm like, fuck this. Don't want to do it. Cave design, my friends. It's actually pretty good in this game. What the? Spiders. Oh yeah, Jill gets left behind. Let's be honest. Poor Jill. I wonder if they'll ever remake the Revelation games, because those were what? Those are like on the Nintendo DS, or like, was it a PSP? I don't know. They're like made for handheld, so those being released on like console, like, they're fine, but it's like this could be a little bit better. I mean, shit, I think if Zero tanks, they're gonna do 5 eventually. They have to. Yeah, take that. Heal. This is something actually that makes captains, or it did make captains special, is the fact that after every kill and every fight, we basically get to heal ourselves. You know, it's a flat amount of healing, but then we get like a little regen afterwards. And so, in practice, we could go from killing mob to mob to mob to enemy to enemy over and over again without like stopping to heal or drink or eat food, because back in that day at launch, you did have to eat food. You did have to stop and heal and regen like your stats. Captains didn't have to do that, because we could just, you know, we didn't kill everything the fastest. We're definitely the slowest, but we didn't have to ever like pause to regen anything. We just could just keep going slow and steady, baby. Slow and steady. What are we in here for? Oh, some journals. Okay, I could do that. I don't think Ada ever needs to be like the main character, you know what I mean? I think she does. I mean, her role is like to be always mysterious and in the backgrounds, and like you get her in like small bits. And so I feel like if she was like ever a main character, it would kind of like ruin that, you know? The forester at lumber camp is under contention. What? Shit happening out in the world. Ooh, I do want to show off. This game has PvP, but it is essentially one, I'll just say, game mode. It's a map. There's one map you can PvP in this game, and it's called the Ettenmoors. I'm gonna show where it is. It's by the Trollshaws. Oh, here it is. The Ettenmoors. Ah. It's kind of like Conquest, where there are these named... By the way, the enemy factions, the enemies have all the keeps. But, yeah, it's like Conquest. You go to these locations, you kill the NPCs there, you flip the camp, your people come in. That's how PvP works, but it's only in this one zone. Kind of like World vs. World in Guild Wars 2, or Cyrodiil in ESO. It's like a persistent map of the Freeps, so the free people, and then the monster. So you can play as like a warg, a spider, an urukai, kind of like an orc. It's Reaver. I don't know. It's like it's an orc. But you can play as the enemies. And it's actually really cool. And they have like their own level up progression and all that. We'll take a look at it in a bit. Let's get it. I want to keep leveling. The captain's journey continues. It's beautiful. We're looking for journals in these. Is it cocoons? Excellent. Actually, I don't want to keep going this way because this leads into an underground cellar. This is not the way. I think this game does like cave design really well. I think that's why Mines of Moria was such a banger of an expansion. Like if we talk about MMO expansions, got like Shadowbringers for like Final Fantasy XIV, and then it's Mines of Moria. I mean, these are pretty good looking spiders, right? They're at a distance. We don't have to zoom in on them. I understand. This spiders beat the shit out of us. Big swing. Like we're in a fierce battle here with this one spider. Good. Let's heal. Or is this the way to the... Oh no, that's the way to the cabin. Or somewhere. I don't want to go there. And we are quickly out leveling our quest. So Gray over here with our little quest log. That's like you're on par, you're on level. And then I think this like teal is like, okay, you're a little strong for this. And then blue, or maybe it's the other way around. Maybe it's teal, it's like you're really over leveled. Yeah, because we're 3 level difference. Yeah. And eventually it'll go gray, which is like, you shouldn't be doing this anymore. You're not going to get rewarded. There's another reason why there's the item that disables your leveling. Again, so you can like stay to finish content. This game's very kooky. Very kooky game. Yeah. More deeds, more stuff. Well, a lot of stuff. Wouldn't be an RPG if it didn't throw a lot of stuff at you, you know? These fucking spiders coming out of literally nowhere. We can just heal our way through this entire place. Let's take a look over here. Is there another cocoon for us? Nope. First off, Sev, badly looking spiders. I think the graphics in this game have aged quite well. Their polygons look great. Just don't look at them too closely. At a distance, if you squint, looks just like a spider. Charming. This is a charming game, okay? Like, people... I feel like there's a lot of, like indie developers or like small team people who... Small team studios that they make they make RPGs and MMOs, and the art style they choose is like the blocky, almost like Minecraft, almost like chibi. When are we gonna get those people to start making games that have more of like this aesthetic? It's almost like old school like D&D games, right? Also, these are Turbine, which was the original developers of this game. They also made another MMORPG called Dungeons and Dragons Online. Very much shares the same aesthetic here. I think Lotro is a little more detailed. There's like a little bit more fidelity to the polygons. Whereas Dungeons and Dragons Online, I think it's just looks like smoother, maybe a little blockier. I don't know if we'll ever play that game, but it's still going, by the way. Dungeons and Dragons Online is very much a thing. No, Sev, I'm not trying to make you leave. I'm just letting you know. I think the game looks good, okay? I need you guys to stop dogging on my nostalgia. It's like when people complain about the blocky characters in like Final Fantasy VII. They're the original one. I'm like, they look good. I'm like, no, they don't. Yeah, fuck these spiders. Leave you and me. I don't want to be in here. Alright, that drops us down to literally where we started. We're missing one journal page. I think the best way to describe this game as like an overall experience, if you tailor the landscape difficulty to what you want, or just leave it alone and you just kill everything, very cozy. Where, you know, you're just questing. You're just doing normal questing stuff. You kind of just are enjoying the vibe of the game, right? And being in the Lord of the Rings universe. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, our portrait there is animated. You can actually change it so it's not. We already went in here. Whoa! Also, captains, they are horrible at AoE. Where somebody like a champion, they have a bunch of just like cone slices. And a bunch of like spinny moves. Champions are really good. I have leveled a champion like, I want to say 3 times. And for whatever reason, I have deleted them. Every time. Like, I don't have a champion leveled. I don't know why I do this. I don't know why I'm like this. I did the same thing with my Guardian class. I got it to like level 80. And at some point I thought, I don't want this anymore, even though getting to level 80 takes a long time. I should have just kept them. I don't know why I didn't. Killed all of them. We look for what? Ooh, I think it might be in that down here where I said not to go. That might be actually where we need to go. This may feel like a big cave. It's actually quite small. Ah! Is it down here? We're just kind of running through. This might get us killed. That's fine. Nope. I have to use my eyes to find everything, and just literally spiders everywhere. Let's get out of here. There's a big one over there. Okay, this is where a boss is. I remember this. Yeah. I know this. Let's get out of here. There's a quest that I think you go back and kill that spider. Hello, little ones. Goodbye. Hexalot, you died. Sorry, Harold. I'll bring you back. Once I find this last cocoon. I feel like if your mind can, with like arachnophobia, if you can... Oh, there it is, right here. Found it. You know, compartmentalize and, you know, distinctively know, okay, this is just a game. Holy shit, are we gonna die here? Do we have any potions? We do. Not today, spiders. We're out of potions. Big heal. AoE. You're gonna die. Get a kite. Where they webbed us. Heal, heal. Come on. Yes. We're still screwed. We're dead. We're dead. We're super dead. We can do a shitty heal like that. Come back. Wheel around. Big swing on the trapper here. Dead. Excellent. Oh. I am the best at this game. I don't know how we're alive. Big heal. Yes, the captain, everybody. Solid strat. Run away. Good kiting. The funny part is, if I was playing like a hunter or a champion, wouldn't have an issue killing any of this. But I'm a captain. Like, come on. I was gonna say, what spiders in BG3? Oh yes, in the beginning there, those spiders. All right, bring the whatchamacallits back, but this guy also has a toolkit. Okay, we don't need to do it. It's not over here. No, we have to collect a toolbox. Let's make like a tree and get the fuck out of here. Ah. Sunlight. Still spiders, but sunlight. Use our horn? Or I guess not? There it is. Okay, a little bit of server lag. This is charm, everybody. It's just the charm of the game. It's like, what do game developers do? There's not much they can do unless they have like an arachnophobia mode for putting in spiders, because like it's a fantasy game. Like, you know, or just fantasy games in general. They're gonna have spiders, right?
Might you lend me an ear?
Kind of goes along with the handbook of like, if you want to make a fantasy game, you need to have spiders. You need to have a sewer. I don't remember what other tropes we talked about. Maybe a dragon. There's a dragon in my my family D&D campaign that we're gearing up to fight. Didn't know it was an ice dragon. I thought this entire time it was a fire breathing dragon. He's like, well, it breathes ice. I'm like, ice? I thought dragons breathe fire. No, it's an ice dragon. I'm like, wow. Okay. Well, that changes things. Guess I can get some fire arrows then. Now let's go kill that big spider. Got it. Good. Call our Herald of War. Yeah, if you know somebody's afraid of spiders in that way, and you're playing BG3, you'd be like, yeah, about this cave here. Maybe you should stay behind. Why don't you stay out here, champ? You think our derpy Herald here was Sir Hexalot? He was playing with us. No, this is a great part about the captain class. Let me tell you about the captain class. They are the pet class, or one of them, and our pet is a Herald, and he literally has our banner, and he gives us a buff, and anybody else who is in our party also gives them a buff. And later on, you get like different NPCs you can choose as your Herald, and then there's also one that's just like holds a bow. Yeah, Seth, this is awesome. Yeah, finally somebody gets it. Captains are the class fantasy of the captain. Yeah, it kind of plays like a paladin because they do some healing, kind of buffing everybody, but having a Herald, so like your own little party. Not a lot of games do this. I can't think of any games that kind of have like, because usually when you have minions and stuff, like you're a ranger, you have a pet. Or you're like a minion master with like skeletons, but no, you get a straight up like another like living person will follow you around. And it's like, again, nah, I can't think of that many games that let you do that. Maybe Star Wars: The Old Republic, because you get a partner in that game. But like everybody gets that. It's not like unique to any class in Star Wars: The Old Republic. But there's another system in this game called skirmishes. And you get like a skirmish soldier that everybody gets access to, and there's an item that lets you bring your skirmish soldier out into the open world, which we're fighting in. So I could have my skirmish soldier and my herald there as well. So we'd have like this little party of 3 running around. Very, very cool system. Very cool class as far as like the fantasy goes. Captain's fun. I feel like these old school MMOs, they just did really fun, cool ideas. They really tried to play into like these D&D fantasy like archetypes. And they weren't so focused on like making sure everything's balanced. Homogenizing so everybody kind of performs the same. No, everybody had their like own unique charm and everything like that. And I kind of wish we would... I feel like it's going to come eventually, where we're going to hit the era where people who grew up on games like this and understand that balance is boring, where they're going to be making games, you know what I mean? From like this sort of like era. Because my whole argument is, why is this thing healing so much? Holy shit. Hang on, what is going on here? Okay, I thought that was like a bug. I mean, it is a bug, it's a spider, but I mean, like, I don't know how it was healing itself. Magical spider. But yeah, it's really fun when classes are... Oh yeah, it's Kronos, there's a lot of yelling, so we don't... Yeah, you weren't here at the beginning, but yeah, when I was used to play this as a kid, I was like on my like laptop, like just out like in the family room, and my mom would be like, "What is making that noise? Who is yelling?" I'm like, "It's my captain," because like that's what you do. You shout at people as your captain. It's kind of fun. Well, okay, the point I was going to make about balance and like feeling unique and like, you know, everybody feeling like they're fulfilling a certain archetype and everything still being like enjoyable. Baldur's Gate 3. Like the difficulty of the game. The difficulty of the game is more like a knowledge check. Every class, every subclass is completely viable to play. It doesn't need to be balanced because, I mean, there is a certain threshold of balance, right? But there are clearly really powerful subclasses and weaker subclasses, and that just play completely different. And that's okay, because they have like their certain moments to shine. Or if like you just really like a particular fantasy element, you shouldn't have to like shy away from it because like it sucks so bad you can't play the game. You know what I mean? And so like it's that sort of balance that when it comes to a fantasy game like a D&D game, you need to hit, right? You need to do it. And this was one of those games because Latif, welcome, hello. It's been a while, but this was one of those. Why are they always healing? I'm not paying attention. I feel like they're healing each other somehow. But this was one of those games where Captain was not a popular class at the beginning of the game because they did not do the most damage. Like their damage was bad. They could not tank very well. And then they had some healing, but they couldn't be a dedicated healer. So it's like, okay, why do you play a captain? Like, why did they even make this class? It's because the captain, its role in the party, they had unique buffs that made everybody stronger. And they could also pick like a battle brother to make them do more damage, kind of like a dance partner in Final Fantasy XIV. In addition to that, they also had, we have like a little bit of healing, so we can supplement or help out the healer a little bit with the heals we have. And then our damage is okay, but really we're buffing the rest of the party. We're giving them more mana regeneration. We're making them do more critical hits. With our dance partner, they're just doing more damage in general. And like that was the job of the captain, to be the party buffer, but individually on their own, they weren't very strong. So out in the open world, a lot of people didn't like how slow it was to play a captain. But in the end game, having a captain made your party like that much better. And so this is like one of my favorite class archetypes. It's basically like a paladin, right? This is where I think my love of playing a paladin really came from, was playing captain here. And really, yeah, you don't see this sort of like buffer class that has like a human herald, kind of like a, I'll just keep saying captain, but like commander, I guess would be another good way to describe it. You don't see this in really many fantasy games, and I think it's a shame, because I think it's such a fun archetype. That's probably why I like playing Dancer in Final Fantasy XIV, is because you do get to pick a dance partner and just make them better. But is what it is. Nowadays, captains can tank. Captains can do DPS that's on par with everybody else. I don't know if they can solo heal, like a dedicated healer. They might be able to, but now they can do all those things. And it's like, now we've lost the charm. I feel like we do need to eventually look back at the paladin, and that was rough. It was a rough playthrough for the paladin, and paladin's S tier, or so I thought. Maybe paladin should be like A tier. Take your time, Sev. Enjoy Baldur's Gate 3, because it does, even on like repeat playthroughs, after I'm done with it, I got that sinking feeling. You're like almost like depressed because it's over, and you're like, man, that was great. You know, if you start a new playthrough, it's not the same, you know, right off the bat. Like when it's over, it's like, what do I do now? I got that feeling when we finished our Dark Urge run. What I'm trying to say is enjoy it. Explore everything. I mean, yeah, sometimes I usually do just like start up a new playthrough. But lately it's just like I'm gonna take a break. We got a lot of things to do. Because we talk about Resident Evil. Would love to play Resident Evil in the stream more. What else do we have? Tactics. Would love to play Tactics. I'm getting the itch to go through Tactics because I can yap about that game all day. Love to show off Lord of the Rings Online. I don't think we'll probably be streaming this game very much. I think this is probably just like a one-off, so I could yap about it and show, maybe give people an idea of what makes this game special, and that it's still active. There's still a community. The game's getting updates. They're doing some good things with like updating it to support 4K monitors, stuff like that. It's good. It's really good. And then the old days of Lotro. Those are always good to talk about, because this is like my first gaming addiction is Lord of the Rings Online. Kronos, I do not know if you want to do the Rebirth achievements. I looked at those and I thought, no, I think not. The developers have even come out and said, like, yeah, maybe we went a little too far on the Rebirth achievements. Maybe we shouldn't have made them so... I think they're like tedious. If I play Rebirth on stream, I will just bitch about it, unfortunately. It's not a fan of it. I think they messed up a lot of things. Oh, I thought you were talking about the Digimon achievements, and you're like, also the Rebirth achievements. Rebirth as a one-time playthrough, I think it's good. I don't think it's as good as remake or reintegrate. Square Enix and the developer, was it Nomura, whatever, they're so weird sometimes, because like it was originally Final Fantasy VII Remake, then they turn it to reintegrate, and now reintegrate is like the de facto version. It's like remake is literally just the version that they threw out onto PS4, because the DLC with Yuffie and stuff, you could only get that with the PS5 version.
What do you need?
So it made everybody kind of like upgrade. Yes, Sev, that was one of the talking points when we first started, is the fact that Lotro here took a lot from classic WoW, but the art style obviously is a little more, has more like realistic proportions. But like, for example, this sword here, the one that I have, like, this is our two-handed like greatsword, but this is as big as they get. Essentially, you're not gonna get like Guts's dragon killer sword, or giant pauldrons, and kind of like those really goofy kind of fantasy tropes. This stays more grounded, and I love that. And it'll never change. You'll never see like a car drive by or a gun come out, because it has to be lore friendly in Middle Earth. And some of the aesthetics are really, or some of the armor design stuff, really cool. You can make a lot of fun things in this game. It also has a fantastic like glamour outfit system, where you set up what you want your character to look like, and no matter what you have equipped, you'll always look like this. You don't have to like change every time you get a new piece of armor. Really good. This game has a lot going for it, and it does have that classic appeal. The way that you used to have to like track down traits to make your character more powerful was much more involved. Now they just give it to you. So it's almost got like a mix of like what's wrong with retail WoW now. Lotro has some of that's like creeped in, but they haven't like transformed the game completely as like radical as WoW is versus like WoW Classic, if you know what I mean. Like, there's still a lot of the old DNA that's in Lotro right now, but there is a private server of Lord of the Rings that is the release version. And although it plays the same, just like the systems and stuff, they just used to be more like immersive and involved, I guess is the best way to put it. Whereas now, this has been more streamlined, and there's a good reason why it's streamlined. It's because there's 160 levels. We're going to talk about the 160 levels again, because you guys weren't here for it, but there's a population when you start the game, people that are like level 1 to 20. Let's go to Bree. Let's see if there's anybody around. There's like, I'm in like a world chat, and there's people always chatting in the game, so it's alive. But there's a spike of players at the beginning of the game, and then there's a huge fall off, and it plateaus between like level 20 to max level, where then like the population, that's like where the other half of the population is. So it's that in between where it's basically like a no man's land. And that's a problem for the game. This game could really use a level squish. It also could use content that brings everybody together, other than festivals. Because yeah, a lot of the people who are in between those levels have no reason to play together. 160 levels. Did I mention it is slow to level in this game? This has... Oh no, Sav, you gotta try it. You gotta try it. My advice for anybody who's like, huh, this game looks interesting, kind of a classic MMO. Here's always my advice for it. I would play, and I would do... It's free to play. It's free to play, and everything I'm about to say you can do without spending a dime. What I would do is, I'd make a character, and I would go and I would do everything you can in Breeland here. It's like level 1 to, I think, 24. And that's basically going to give you the entire experience of like open world questing and what you're doing out in the world in Lord of the Rings. Very classic, old school MMO. And so if you don't like that speed, then be like, okay, well, this was a fun thing to try. But just know, it's basically copy paste, rinse and repeat for every single zone after this. And again, it's slower leveling. So you're just going from zone to zone, and the landscapes, I've said it before, the landscape design in this game, I think is amazing. I think it's second to none. I can't think of like other games that do open world, just like the world design and like the immersion and the scale. I don't think any game does it better than Lord of the Rings Online. But what you're doing, as far as like the questing, the looking for points of interest and like lore bits, or like the deeds, which you can completely ignore, by the way, but they do help out a lot. That's very classic, old school, grindy, kind of like EverQuest. And so that's fine and all, but when there's 160 levels of it, people fall off along the way. You know what I mean? Like you might love the loop. You know what I mean? Where you're like, ooh, Breland done 100, level 24 now. I'm gonna keep going. You're doing the same thing. There's not like a lot of group content. Nobody's really around because the game's so big. And so you're like level 46 and you're like, I'm just kind of done doing the same stuff, because you're at level 46, you're going to be doing the same thing at level 152. So yeah, it's there is that. This is very much a slow, cozy burn where it's like, just enjoy, I guess, like the playthrough, but you can absolutely just grind the hell out of this game and just play it like that old school MMO like grind and get into that mentality, which still works, right? I always have the itch of like doing that with this game, but I keep myself from doing it because I know how long it takes to get to 160, and I'm not willing to do it. Also because, I mean, what do you think about when you think about like Lord of the Rings? You think about the Misty Mountains, you think about the Shire, you think about Rivendell, Rohan, Gondor, Mordor. Where the story is at now, we've done that. The One Ring is destroyed. The movie and the book plot, it's over. But the game's still going on. We're in Umbar right now. I already said it before, but like, who cares about Umbar? I don't. Like, I'm not interested in Umbar. So this is where I fell off the wagon, where I'm like, I don't care about this section of the world. You know what I mean? I'm not interested in whatever like post stories going on here. I was here for Helm's Deep, the Blackgate, and so those events are over. So it's interesting to see how do they keep going with this game, because it's still getting updates, still getting expansions. 160 levels. They'll probably go to 170 eventually. The game needs a level squish. It needs a level squish really, really, really bad. But yeah, Lana, the forest design is really good. And I was looking at it earlier, but like, look what you can do with the graphics here. See like the foliage and the grass on the ground. Go into your settings, and it's called frill. But we can basically turn it off, so you like don't see any grass on the ground, or you can go absolutely bananas and grass everywhere. And this gets absolutely crazy in like an actual like forest. I like to keep it like around 20, maybe 10, somewhere right in the middle, so like a little bit of grass. I love ESO is a great example of like another game that does like the scale of the world I really enjoy. Like this looks like this is part of Bria. This is Combe. This actually isn't even the main settlement, but you have people who live out here. The houses look to scale. You have taverns and stuff. You can go inside them. There's loading screens, so it's not like seamless. Yeah, you can go inside the training hall here. You used to have to go to your trainer all the time, level up skills. You don't have to anymore. Yeah, you can go into interiors. I think these all look good. Let's go to the Prancing Pony. And there is there's a book quest. It's called the Epic quest here, and it's essentially an MSQ. You'll come apart like you'll go into like story beats where you have like your own story instance. There'll be some voice acting, but this is like the main plot for Lord of the Rings Online. My only issue with it is, so in a game like Guild Wars 2, and a game like Final Fantasy 14, and I guess ESO as well, they also have a main story plot, and you can just do main story plot to main story plot. Like, you don't ever have to stop doing the main story. In Lord of the Rings Online, you do. You have to stop, and you have to level up through questing, like side quest. So it forces you to do that. I would love it if they made it a way so you could just do the book quest here, the Epic book quest. I don't know if they ever will. Because this game actually does have a really good story. It's just, when you have to take breaks for the story to do side quests, you kind of lose the pacing or what you're doing. You're like, what's going on again? But yeah, we're just venturing around. One of the things that sucks though, we talked about earlier, you can't unsheath your weapon. you have to basically be in combat. There's a little bit of lag. Yeah, this is why they need to do that maintenance. Keep saying your message failed to send. Is that on a Twitch side? I don't know what's going on Twitch. I'd have to open it up in another browser. I might need to do that. I feel like on the YouTube side we also have this like issue. I don't think it's any of my settings. I don't know. But yeah, you can't unsheath your weapons. So that sucks. Bree here is also home to some hobbits. So you have like a hobbit hut over here. I'll walk over here. There's a hobbit. Hey do, Mary do. Hobbits, everybody. Everybody makes a hobbit. I don't, because I am man. But we'll go over here. Oh, look at that god ray. What am I looking at? Alright, you see it, Lana? Okay, yeah. Oh, yeah. I agree, Seb. As soon as, like, the Northrend and Arthas plot's done, it's like, yeah. Kind of over, right? I don't know what's wrong with YouTube either. But yeah, they have, like, almost like a little mini... Oh, that's why the sun's over there. They almost have, like, a little mini Shire over here, and it actually, like, expands Stattle. But it also, like, expands... I could just go over here. What am I doing? Also, I have a mount. I have a horse, sir. I have lots of horses, actually. All these little gift boxes, this is because I've had this game forever. So we get some Rohirrim armor here. So we can actually look pretty awesome. What else? Yeah, give me this. There's another set right there. The armor design in this game, again, I think it looks really cool. Really cool. Okay, let's get on our horse. We move a little bit quicker. a little extra steed. Now, give me my big horse. Horse and mounts in this game, they are just like your standard, maybe like a little floaty, but they just kind of move faster. There is mounted combat. We're not gonna go back to that. I already showed the earlier folk, the mounted combat, and it's atrocious. There's a momentum system, so you got to build up, and you kind of like slingshot and slide around. It controls horribly. They tried it. They did it because you go to Rohan, they're the horse lords, you need mounted combat. They tried it out, they tried to push it, they stuck with it too long. They should have never have done it. I don't know. Oh yeah, Delita. Well, what's great is, Lotro had to merge and make new servers for the 64-bit client because it was running on 32-bit, and when they made those new servers, it wiped and erased everybody's name. So when you transferred your character over, you almost had to like reclaim your name. So with these new servers, there actually might be some names that are available. Anyways, when I knew they were making that announcement, I grabbed so many fucking names with these new servers. A lot of tactics names, a lot of Final Fantasy 12 names. Anyways, here's Bree. Oh, I don't have my tea, damn. Yeah, Sev, I got the same problem. I think it's a good problem. But anyways, here's Bree here. I mean, this looks like a little, I don't want to call it a backwater town. But just like the scale of it, you got the NPCs just doing shit around. Very immersive. The puddles. This game just does, again, making like a virtual Middle Earth to go through. I think this is the reason why it'll kind of always be online. I feel like a government, whoever's like in charge of the studio for this, would be like, yeah, we can fund you a couple $1,000 to keep these servers online for like almost like historical purposes. But there's like a lot of buildings you can go into for literally no apparent reason. For fun. But here's the Prancing Pony. Also some players were running around over there. They have like stages and stuff. You can play music in this game, like full-on concerts, and they do that usually like outside. Oh, here we are. What song is this? Da, da, da. I'm gonna get hit with copyright. But these are players, by the way. Well, it's probably actually just one player, and they have like alt accounts that they. Oh, I don't know. They're over 150. You can see their portraits of the flowers and stuff. Very, very RP friendly. Oh, they said hello. Hail. Anyways, very, very cool. But also, we can go inside the Prancing Pony. Also, some mounts that take you to like festival grounds. Yeah, Sev, those are players. Those are real players. Look how much health they have. 240,000. That's not a player. Those are players over there, though. No, those are players playing music. Going inside the Prancing Pony. You got Butterbur here. This also you can change your hair and all this stuff.
How can I be of service?
How can I be of service? So yeah, you can change your skin color, your hair color, and none of this is like a premium currency. It's just like your regular coin. This was a great system, like the barber. You can't change your race though. I think you're stuck on that, or your gender. But you used to have to come to bards over here. This little symbol here, and
what can I do for you?
This was like the only way to like redo your traits. Again, the more that old school like MMO DNA that they've done away with for streamlining. What else is we've gotten here? Well, yeah, this is the Prancing Pony, and I don't know if I mentioned it. This game had a huge RP scene, as in this place was packed full of a lot of players, and most of them would like conjugate in obviously the open area over there, but there's also a back room here. This is where my character would sit and smoke their pipe. Oh yeah, that's what you can do in this game. You can just sit here and smoke your pipe. Lots of emotes. Lots of emotes. Crazy amount of emotes. You can also get like some actual like pipe weed, and then when you smoke, it'll like breathe out like a dragon. Oh, Sev, probably, so what they do in this game, as far as like the dialogue, it's all well written, but if you just kind of want to just accept quests, move on, the important story bits, they do voice act like the beginning, or like the tone. They'll be like, you know, you'll get like a paragraph of dialogue, but the NPC will just voice act like the first two lines, like, oh, I really can't trust Coulter Cobb. Oh, I can't believe it. But then, like, he'll have more dialogue, but you get the gist of what he's telling you in that first sentence. The game does do that. So you could just skip the dialogue, essentially, and get, like, the vibe of what's going on with the story. The game's pace, as far as with the epic book quest, they hit you hard and fast in the beginning, where there's a lot of epic quests that, you know, send you to your own personal instances, and you'll get the story right away. And it actually will be pretty well paced. You don't have to read anything. At a certain point, I think it's, maybe it is around like level 20, where the pacing, it's all over the place. It turns really slow because you have to level a lot in between the book quests, so you kind of lose what's going on with the narrative. And so that's a little bit of a struggle. Because one of the things, like, again, I want this game to eventually implement is a way to just focus on the epic book quest and just play that, and it'll level you through. Because right now you have to do a lot of side questing to keep up with your book quest, and so you kind of lose the plot of like what were we doing, and they don't have as many like instant missions. Those kind of slow down too. But then, like, at certain points, it, like, picks up again, and it's, like, really hype. But it's, like, are you gonna stick with the game when it, like, kind of hits that slower part? It's really well written. I'm not dogging on the writing at all. Who is trying to call me? It's just, like, the pacing, given the nature of what this game is, I think, does it a disservice as far as, like, trying to tell a well-paced story. But anyways, yeah, still, we can go to Strider's room. There he is. Hey, Strider. The enemy is on the move. All should be prepared for the dark days ahead. And Strider, so your spot in the story in this game is you're basically running auxiliary or like support for the main cast. So obviously they're taking the One Ring to Rivendell. That's why they're like kind of waiting here in Bree. But what you're doing is you're kind of helping out the Fellowship, but you're also working with the other Northern Rangers, which Aragorn is a part of. So we're kind of doing the B plot and following in like almost like the footsteps of the Fellowship. So you do get to experience like, and this is Gandalf's room. You just go into all these places for the hell of it. But you do get to experience like fighting the Balrog, running into the Watcher, fighting Nazguls, etc. But it's not like it breaks canon as far as like, because it's Gandalf who kills the Balrog in Moria. The way they get around it in this game is you almost like play the storied version, like somebody telling you a story like as if you were there, and that's your way of fighting the Balrog. So it doesn't break what actually happened in the story, because everything that happens in the book and in lore, it happens in this game. It's just your part and the things you're doing on the side, a little bit fabricated. But it's not like we go there and destroy the One Ring. Frodo still goes and does that on his own. And there are sections where you take control of Fellowship characters and kind of like play like an RP moment of something like they're doing. That's like canon. But it's all spaced out in those 160 levels. Let me tell you. This is a problem with the game. This is maybe the pacing. Oh, Seb, the extended edition of the movies is like the only way to watch it, and they're like 4 hours long. Right? But I think I've yapped about Lotro long enough. Hopefully I've done something to show you guys how good this game is. It still is. It has a really good foundation. And I feel like if they kept this foundation and they hit the reset button, this could be even better, because there's a lot of problems that you just can't ignore with this game that kind of hold it back in a sense that I don't expect like your everyday person to overlook. Like I can overlook it because I played this game when it launched, so I can like kind of put again the blinders on to the bullshit, but I wouldn't expect that from like new players and stuff. But highly recommend, especially if you love Lord of the Rings and like a classic MMO. Try this out. Play through Breeland. It's gonna be like level 1 to 24. I think it's a good experience. You get to go to the old forest. You go to the Burrow Downs, and there's like a whole crypt system down there. And that's kind of where like Bree kind of ends, is with the Burrow Downs. But a lot of fond memories in Lotro. I'm gonna be real, guys. I'm gonna be playing this game till I die. It's just like one of those games that I always return to because it has that like nostalgia. But anyways, I think that is it. It's enough Lotro for today. I'm gonna go get some food. Very hungry. And tomorrow we will be back with Pathfinder, Wrath of the Righteous. Never played it before, so it's gonna be a new experience. And I guess we'll see how it goes. So I'm trying to like determine like how much back seating should I allow? Probably not any. I'm just gonna try to do things, because I'm trying to go into it like with the mentality that it has almost like Baldur's Gate 3's balance, where you can choose whatever you want and you can make it work. Can you do that in Wrath of the Righteous? I don't know. So we're gonna find out. I'm just gonna pick what I would naturally pick, and we'll go from there. But yeah, thanks for hanging out, guys. I mean, this is what I love about basically streaming MMOs. It is like more of like a chill vibe. We can hang out and talk about whatever games we want, right? That's always good. Yeah, that's it. I'm hungry. I will see you guys next time tomorrow. And yeah, peace.